Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat going wild. We're debating heavy topics but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Rachel with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas million strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Okay. Hopefully everybody made it over here. I wanted to give some people some time to get over. We are on day 2. You can see the courtroom view. We're gonna have different views of this one. I'm gonna see how this stuff go with me trying to get this stream, because I will ditch this case real quick if it gets to acting too funny. But we will go in here and we will see. They, like I said, they are currently on lunch, so we will see what we got here. Here we go, guys.
Again, we're in the evidentiary phase of this trial, okay? And we're in the people's case in chief. In just a moment, we're going to take more testimony from a witness. But I do want to offer some additional preliminary legal instructions. And the legal instructions are written by the Judicial Council, and they're referred to as CalCrim and then a number. Don't worry about that. That's for my own making a record. But anyway, CalCrim 103 instructs, I will now explain the presumption of innocence and the people's burden of proof. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. The fact that a criminal charge has been filed against the defendant is not evidence that the charge is true. You must not be biased against the defendant just because he has been arrested, charged with a crime, and brought to trial. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent. This presumption requires that the people prove a defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I tell you that people must prove something, I mean they must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. In deciding whether the people have proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you must impartially compare and consider all the evidence that is received throughout the trial. Unless the evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, he is entitled to an acquittal on the charge, and you must find him not guilty. Calcrim 104, you, the jury, must decide what the facts are in this case. You must use only the evidence that is presented in the courtroom. Evidence is the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged with a crime, brought to trial, not evidence of guilt. Nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. In their opening statements and closing arguments later, the attorneys discuss the case. Their remarks are not evidence. Their questions are not evidence. Only the witnesses' answers are evidence. The attorney's questions are significant if they help you understand the witness's answers. Do not assume that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks a question suggesting it is true. During the trial, the attorneys may object to questions asked of a witness. I will rule on the objections according to law. If I sustain an objection, the witness will not be permitted to answer and you must ignore the question. If the witness does not answer, do not guess what the answer might have been or why I ruled as I did. If I ordered the testimony stricken from the record, disregard it. Do not consider stricken testimony for any purpose. These rules will make more sense as we get going. You must disregard anything you see or hear when the court is not in session, even if it is done or said by one of the parties, one of the attorneys, one of the witnesses, or even myself. The court's making a transcript of the record. When you go into deliberations, you will have access and may request that testimony be read back to you. Okay, and you must accept that testimony as true and accurate. Now, Calcrim 105, my last instruction. You, the jury alone, must judge the credibility and believability of witnesses. In deciding whether testimony is true and accurate, use your common sense and experience. You must judge the testimony of each witness by the same standards, setting aside any bias or prejudice you may have. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. Consider the testimony of each witness and decide how much of it you believe. In evaluating witness testimony, you may consider anything that reasonably tends to prove or disprove the truth or accuracy of that testimony. I'm going to read a list of factors. These are just common sense ways to evaluate testimony. But you'll be given written copies of instructions. And if you're deliberating and there's a question about credibility and so forth, pull up this instruction that I gave you and use the tools. So here are some considerations. How well could the witness see, hear, or otherwise perceive the things about which the witness testified? How well was the witness able to remember and describe what happened? What was the witness' behavior while testifying? Did the witness understand the questions and answer them directly? Was the witness testimony influenced by a factor such as bias or prejudice, a personal relationship with someone involved in the case, or a personal interest in how the case is to be decided? What was the witness's attitude about the case and attitude about testifying? Did the witness make a statement in the past that is consistent or inconsistent with his or her testimony? And then how reasonable is the testimony when you consider all the evidence together? Do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether those differences are important or not. People sometimes honestly forget things or make mistakes about what they remember. Also, two people may witness the same event, yet see or hear it differently. Okay, so we are in the evidentiary phase of this trial, and we're in the people's case in chief. One small matter, I have jurors 15 and 16. I gave you a new seat today. So let me know at the end of the day whether you want to sit there or whether you want to sit back where you were yesterday. It'll be your choice. You just let me know at the end of the day. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll turn to Mr. DeMora. Mr. DeMora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. The people call Lieutenant Antonio Diaz.
Okay, let's get the lieutenant. The other thing I should advise the jury where we're getting the witness is that today I have to take a hard break at 10:30, so it's a little earlier today. I have some other business I have to attend to shortly. But we'll be back. It'll be like a 15, 20-minute break. It's just an earlier morning break. Good morning. If I could have you stand at the podium. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
I do.
State your name and spell your last for the record.
First name is Antonia. Last name is Diaz. D-I-A-S.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant Diaz.
Good morning.
Lieutenant Diaz, are you a sworn peace officer?
I am
How long have you been one?
approximately 15 years.
Are you currently employed by the City of Davis Police Department?
Yes.
As a lieutenant currently, what are your duties?
I supervise a unit called the Special Services Unit. It includes the parking, code enforcement, community-oriented policing, and the drone or UAS team.
Back in April and May of 2023,
I did.
what was your assignment then?
I was
The side duty.
at that time, I was the team leader for our crisis negotiations team.
Were you a member of the evidence response team?
I was serving in a consultant capacity, I guess you would say. I had been slowly extricating myself from that duty. Yeah, so I would help out.
How long have you been in that duty before you were acting as a consultant?
Probably 10 years. It's an estimate.
Which is why you were probably not fully able to extricate yourself from that role, huh?
Yeah, we're a small department, so we wear many hats.
And probably a lot of knowledge and experience with your role in ERT for that long.
Yes.
Now I'm going to go to April 27th of 2023. Were you on duty or called into duty on that date?
On duty. I was the watch commander for day shift.
When you say watch commander, what is that?
You're the police supervisor who's running patrol at that time. So monitoring the calls that come in for service, supervising the officers that go out and do police work.
So about 11:10, 11:15 in the morning, were you dispatched somewhere?
I was.
Or was that?
To Central Park in Davis.
Is that in Yolo County?
It is.
What was the nature of the call?
There was a report of a male adult who had been sitting on a bench for a period of time, not moving. There was a report that there was a puddle of fluid, possibly blood, underneath him.
And based on that call, were you, as a watch commander, do you typically respond to those calls, or is there a reason why you respond to that call?
Oh yeah, we would respond to this for sure.
When you got to Central Park, did you have a body-worn camera activated?
I did.
And you're familiar with that body-worn camera?
I am.
So showing you just a screenshot of People's Exhibit 3. If I can get the overhead, please.
Is there stipulations? Yeah,
Great, thank you.
right. We can move ahead on foundation and you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. On screen. There we go.
What exhibit number is this?
3.
Thank you.
Let me just switch the audio quickly.
Hi.
Possible homicide, looks like you might have been stabbed multiple times.
Yeah, let's put that one.
Been dead for a while. He's got rigor set in.
Court reporters relieved of transcribing any audio tapes throughout the trial.
Can whoever called it, can you guys hang out for a minute? So I get people coming that
Okay, one moment. Looks like we're having a little technical difficulty here. We have two videos playing from the same video.
and
Chris right here.
Let's start that over.
hi.
Possible homicide. Looks like he might have been stabbed multiple times. He's been dead for a while. He's got rigor set in. Medics just called him. That's all you.
All right. Can whoever called it, can you guys hang out for a minute? So I get people coming that can
This is Chris right here.
since it's now a homicide.
So you got knife sheath there. You got multiple puncture wounds that look like they're from a knife.
On the
Okay.
other side of the body, and then a big puddle of blood underneath him. So, do you want us to cover it or just leave it, or like?
Hang on just a sec. There's a lot of air traffic going on right now. Do you have like a blanket?
Yeah, I did right there.
Is it like fresh out of a package?
Yes.
Because I don't want to. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. And when I can help you do it, but we want to do it with like fresh gloves because of any potential DNA.
We haven't. I haven't
Perfect.
touched him. You haven't touched him. So that's
Yeah, Sam 30, can you notify Best Pitch, and we're going to need those screens that 53 mentioned, and we have to figure out a way to secure this area. All right. Yeah, so if AMR, and then let me get like people that were on your rig. Let me get that info, and then I'll let you guys clear to go to the next call.
First.
Oh, you guys are
Their
first?
rig and then-
Okay.
You take our stuff and put it away.
All right. I'll be right back. Let me get some paper, get some tape. Next couple units in, pull your cars up on the lawn, and we'll see if we can like shield it for now with the cars. I'm gonna do the same. And 40 if you have prints and tape. Good. And Tipper, can you reach Munoz?
At this point, it does again. Q is one sort of the key figure, the guy giving them all the wisdom. Then it seems like, oh, maybe it's like, well, maybe Q wasn't really like a plan but what he taught us is skills. He was just so wise, and stuff about the children and just how all this stuff, the blood drinking and all this stuff, that is legitimate until we move forward in our lives. And in a way, it's a little more dangerous because now they're their own path. They feel that they have to
And Lieutenant Diaz, that was your body camera from April 27th of 2023?
Yes.
Now, going through that, it appears that you were the first peace officer on the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned a couple of names. You mentioned Notify Best Pitch and Notify Munoz. Who are those individuals?
Sergeant Best Pitch was the investigation sergeant, and Lieutenant Munoz was the investigations lieutenant.
Why did you feel it necessary to notify them?
We had the death of a person that appeared to be suspicious, so it's a case that's going to go to investigations almost immediately.
And prior to, at the time you were sergeant, but prior to being a sergeant, had you been in the investigations bureau?
I was.
And so that would have made you a detective at that time.
Yes.
And so was this something that you had seen before? Let me rephrase that. Have you seen deaths that had suspicious circumstances before?
Yes.
And so based on what you had observed, did you feel it necessary to have a further investigation conducted into it?
Yeah, based on the total circumstances of the case, yes.
And so you drove your car up and body camera onto the grassy area, and I believe you asked for like screens or something like that to shield the body. Why do you do that?
For two reasons, really. So the public doesn't see someone who was deceased in there, and also for the dignity of the person that was deceased.
When you respond to a possible a crime scene involving a serious incident, do you also try to preserve the crime scene to make sure that any relevant evidence can be obtained?
Yes.
And do you also try to control the flow of people who access that scene, like walk in and walk out of it?
Yes.
I want to talk a little about Central Park. Has that park changed from the way we just viewed it on your body camera?
It has. There was a major renovation to the park, and so now there's a water park for children there called Natalie's Corner, that kind of same general area, called Natalie's Corner.
Is that bench where the individual you later learned to know as Mr. David Bro, is that bench still in that location currently?
I do not believe it is, no.
At the time in April of 2023, the bench where he was located, are there any sidewalks or walking paths to that area?
Not directly, no.
Now, I know you responded in the daytime around just after 11 a.m. So there's obviously natural light that we saw, but at night, have you been to that park at night?
I have, but I don't recall the lighting conditions at that time.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any cross exam?
Very briefly.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you mentioned Sergeant Bestpitch. That is Janelle Bestpitch.
Yes.
And at the time of this incident in April of 2023, she was the investigation sergeant.
Yes.
So she supervised the other detectives assigned to the investigation unit.
Yes.
And ultimately it was Sergeant Bestpitch who would be responsible for assigning various tasks to the different detectives.
Once the investigation sergeant arrives on scene, then the patrol sergeant would be relieved of responsibility for that scene, and it would hand it over to the investigation sergeant.
And Sergeant Bestpitch's supervisor, that's Lieutenant Mike Munoz.
Yes.
He was the lieutenant assigned to the investigations unit.
Yes.
So just so if we understand kind of the order, it's Lieutenant Munoz as the lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
Then Sergeant Bestpitch as sergeant.
Yes.
And then there are multiple detectives assigned to the investigations unit.
Yes.
You have been assigned to the investigations unit in the past.
Yes.
But at that time, your assignment was patrol sergeant.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Diaz.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, have a good day.
Lieutenant Diaz would ask to be subject to recall.
Subject to recall, thank you. Okay, Mr. Demora, next witness.
Please call Detective Alex Torres.
Let's get Mr. Torres. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Thanks for being here. If you could stand at the podium here, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
Would you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your last for the record.
Alex Torres, Torres.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Demora, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
And Detective Torres, are you a peace officer?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a peace officer?
About 13 years now.
And I keep referring to you as detective, so I can assume that we are talking to a detective in the Investigations Bureau, correct?
That is correct.
How long have you been assigned to the Investigations Bureau?
About 2.5 years.
Now, back in April and May of 2023, because that's going to require me to do math, which I don't want to do, were you in the Investigations Bureau at that time?
I was not.
And so what were you doing at that time? What was your assignment?
At that time, I was assigned to patrol as a corporal.
And at some point, did you apply to be in the investigations unit to be detective?
Yes, I did.
Now, at the time that you were a patrol corporal, did you have a collateral assignment on the evidence response team?
Yes, I did.
How long have you been a part of the evidence response team?
At that time, it was roughly 5 years, somewhere around there.
And so Lieutenant Diaz had just talked about that, about having been on the team for about 10 years, but we didn't jump into any questions about sort of the role of the evidence response team. What does that team do, and sort of what do you do as part of that team?
At the time, in basic summation, the evidence response team is designated to assist investigation with arriving on scene and collecting evidence for the purpose of being able to do crime scene reconstruction, as well as to make sure that any evidence collected is collected in such a way that it can be forwarded to the Department of Justice Crime Lab or the SAC Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, depending on which one we use, to be able to process the evidence for additional information such as trace evidence examination, DNA examination comparisons, and we really just supplement the investigations unit in their investigation. At the time, I was designated team lead, supervising the team.
Now, does ERT, does that team or do members of that team respond to every single crime that occurs?
No.
Sort of what triggers an ERT response?
Typically, it's going to be the crimes that require more specialized evidence collection. So any type of sexual assault, whether it's towards a juvenile or an adult. And when I say sexual assault, I mean the penal code definition of rape, as well as attempted homicide, homicides, shootings, and even stabbings that are typically classified as 245 assault with a deadly weapon.
Okay, when you say 245, you're using a penal code, a California penal code section.
Yes.
Based on what you just said, it's fair to say that ERT responds to most crimes involving people crimes, as we call them.
Yes.
All right, so let's go to April 27th of 2023. Did you respond to Central Park at that time?
Yes, I did.
Were you working that day or did you get called in to assist?
I was working that day on patrol.
And so being on patrol as a member of ERT, if you get the call for that there needs to be an ERT response, do you have to basically pause your patrol duties and shift over to ERT duties?
Yes.
Now, when you went to Central Park, why don't you tell us, what did you observe when you got there?
When I arrived at Central Park, I went to the northwest corner field that is west of the play structure. There was a male in a seated position on a green bench along the border between the large play structure fence line and that open field. His upper body was leaned back against the back of the bench. One arm was sticking out from the outer layer of his clothing down on the bench seat. His other arm was further up against his upper chest, and his feet were on the ground as he was seated. Looked like there were several puncture wounds to his clothing area on his left arm and right side.
So I'm going to cover a couple of things. So you said his other arm was up resting on his chest area. So you, for the record, you took your left arm, you had it just sort of draped across your chest from left to right, just below your chest.
Yes, bent elbow and arm left to right up against the chest under his clothing, outer clothing.
You said one arm was outside of what appeared to be a sweater or sweatshirt?
Yes, it was several sweatshirts that were outer clothing, but his right arm was out and down to his right side.
All right, now I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 2 photographs. I can get the overhead.
Okay. Maybe. Layer on the side.
There we go. All right, so on People's Exhibit 2, showing you photograph ending 0427. You recognize this, Detective Forrest?
Yes.
Is this the area that you responded to as part of your ERT duties on April 27th?
Yes.
Now, where is this, if you can, describe for us geographically where this is in the park? Which direction is north, south, and what streets are there?
So this is the far north side of the park, the north section of Central Park. At the top left corner of the screen, you can see 5th Street, which runs east-west, and it is the north barrier, as it were, or north segment that where the park ends. It ends in the
interrupt you for a second right there. Do you have a laser pointer up there?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. If you can use that to sort of describe what we're talking about.
So up here at the top left corner of the screen, that is 5th Street, which goes west to east. And this whole section is in the north section of the park. This area right here is the enclosed play structure that has a black painted metal fence line around. This is a bench that is on the edge of it, and this is the open field that's the northwest corner of the park.
And so, just for the record, you were circling the enclosed play structure is the center to the right of this photograph.
Yes.
It takes pretty much the upper right-hand quadrant of the photograph, bleeding a little bit to the left.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Davis Farmers Market?
Oh, yes.
I'm excited about that. You must frequent it.
One of the duties on patrol is every Wednesday and Saturday to tow vehicles that are parked in the no parking lane that is C Street, which is on the east side of the park. So every Saturday morning, roughly around 4 a.m. all the way to about 6 a.m., the person that runs the park, runs Farmers Market, calls us. We go out there, we tow it. I'm very familiar with this park.
So where's the Farmers Market? I know it's probably off the screen, but can you just, for geographical purposes, sort of point in the direction of that?
Yes. So essentially, Farmers Market is south of this play structure along C Street. Typically, the outer, more political, I don't want to call it tents are lined up on C Street here, but everything that's sales and food and those type of purchase items are further to the south.
I'm showing you next picture on Peoples 2, photograph ending 0429. Whoops, that did not show up. Right. All right, so are you familiar with this overhead view of Central Park?
Yes.
All right, so probably should have started with this one and then zoomed in on the other one, but here we are. So off to the left, is that 5th Street that you were just pointing to in the previous photograph?
Yes, it is.
Down at the very bottom, what street is that?
That is B Street.
And then we were talking about the farmer's market. Would that be the political booths and stuff have been up at the top?
It would be it's out of frame for this photo, but yes, it's further up here to the east.
Now, with this park at the time, what you say, currently it doesn't look like this anymore, correct?
It doesn't look like this currently, no.
Right. So focusing on the grassy area in here where we see these vehicles and where this green park bench is, has all of that area been renovated?
Yes, it has.
So at the time that you responded on April 27, how many benches do you recall being in that area, in that grassy area?
Approximately 3.
Are you able to point to them on this map?
Yes.
Right. With the laser pointer, if you wouldn't mind.
The first bench is right here, which is up against the black fence line where the male I saw was located. And then further southeast is about 45 feet away is from the first bench is the second bench here. And again, up against the fence line. And then just beyond it by about 20, 25 feet is a third bench right here on the other side of what was formerly the Gandhi statue podium.
And so the bench where we found the male later identified as David Bro, that's the northernmost bench in that park at that time on the grass.
Yes.
To get to that bench, I know there's that enclosed park area that you were talking about behind it, or the enclosed play structure.
Yes.
At the time, were there any gates or access points from that fence to get to that bench where Mr. Bro was found?
No.
To get to that bench, are there any paved access points to it, like walking paths, sidewalks, anything like that?
No.
Do you remember at the time, back in 2023, what the lighting was like at night in that park?
Yes.
Describe it, please.
Low light conditions. We have several lampposts that are located along the east side, a lamppost in the park area, the enclosed park area. It might be on just the exterior of the fence line. At night, it tends to be rather dark around this westernmost fence line of the park, of the play structure. There are street lamps along B Street and along 5th Street that provide slight illumination at night to the western part of the grass area, but it tends to be dark around these tree lines along the fence line.
And even though there's some light that's around there and maybe doesn't do a good job in this photograph, but it looks like there's some very, very tall trees behind the bench, just behind it on the other side of the fence.
Yes.
And so have you ever, prior to April 27th of 2023, have you ever had to respond to that area of the park and just, for whatever the reason, but observe the lighting sources at the time?
Yes.
Was it at the time you did that, was it easy to walk through there without a lighting source?
It is easy to walk through that area without a light source because of the further light that's further away does provide general outline for up against the black fence line, but also it's the fact that the grassy area is wide open and kind of flat. You can't run. I would use my flashlight to move quickly, but moving slowly when I'm trying to sneak around, I have done that without lighting.
In that park before?
Yes.
So relatively flat, easy to walk through, but difficult to see, is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, back in 2023, before the park was renovated to have the splash pad there, did you know, and if you don't, please let us know, did a lot of unhoused individuals sleep in that park?
Yes.
Typically, if you know, where would they sleep?
Typically, it was also the reason why I snuck around without my flashlight. The main focus was the Hattie Weber Museum. There's a Hattie Weber Museum has the main Hattie Weber Museum building, but there's a breezeway that separates it from the bathrooms for the park. And in that breezeway is a favored location. More than likely when I come up for calls, they're going to be there. There's also the outer fence line where there's bushes or trees. And then as well as, well, no, dominantly was that area for Hattie Weber. Yeah.
And I asked that because was this a place where there was basically a lot of privacy where a person could sleep and not be disturbed?
Yes, along the fence line and bushy areas and Hattie Weber Museum, yes.
All right, just for reference, I know we kind of alluded to this, but on this photograph, is north the left side of this photograph and south the right side?
Yes,
And then east the top and west the bottom?
yes.
Now, if I were to go, or anyone were to go west on 5th Street, where's UC Davis campus in relation to that?
UC Davis campus is 2 blocks to the west.
Now, your response on April 27, 2023 wasn't your only involvement in the overall investigation of David Breaux, correct?
Correct.
And so I'm not going to jump too far ahead in terms of everything, but are you familiar with the location of 762 Hawthorne in the city of Davis?
Yes.
Where is that in relation to, and doesn't have to be specific, but geographically, where is that in relation to this park?
It would be about half a mile west and slightly about a block to a block and a half north of the park.
Okay, so you drive or transport downward and then off to the left.
You transport down, which is west, and then if you're traveling west, to the right, which is north, to get to towards Hawthorne.
You're making the bailiff a little bit nervous with that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to see a map later.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, cool.
Gives me an opportunity to advise the jury. You're going to see locations and so forth. And some of you may be familiar with some of these locations. It's important to remember, don't investigate. Okay. If you go by one of these locations just in the normal course of your daily living, okay, that's fine, but don't stop to investigate or anything like that. It's really important to rely on the evidence in court and not your own recollections. So if you find yourself in the jury deliberation room and this subject comes up, if you find yourself saying, well, I'm familiar with that, I know it looks like XYZ, that's something you don't want to do. Rather, refer back to an exhibit, refer back to the testimony that you heard in court. So it's important to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so transitioning back to the reason why you were dispatched to Central Park. Now, did you respond to that bench where Mr. Breaux was located?
Yes.
Right now, you described his body and his positioning and certain things. Were you there also to look to gather evidence that may be relevant in determining what happened to him?
Yes.
All right. So apart from what you physically observed of him, what did you observe in the areas surrounding his body?
Outside of his physical body.
Yes, right.
Around him.
Let me rephrase that question. So we've talked about him and how he appeared. Anything around him that you observed?
Yes.
Like what?
Near the bench, within 10 feet, was a blanket, a knit blanket, fringe on the exterior, brown and red in color. There was also a black leather knife sheath.
If I may approach, grab exhibit, Your Honor.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
This is our breaking point. All right, so we're going to take thank you, Detective. We're going to take an early break today. We'll get you back in 20 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, remember 3-part admonition: don't discuss, don't research, don't form.
I mean, get up the next little bit for us. Yeah, I'm gonna see how long I can last with this. Hold on. Let me get it up here for us. Wait a minute, I thought I had it up here. Wait a minute. I was trying to check on that child case too. So give me a second. I must have pulled it down. Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm like, now I know I had it up here.
As far as when we left off, we were talking about items that you had found around or you observed around Mr. Bro's body. And you mentioned a knife.
Yes.
St. People's 9. Once you get gloved up, wouldn't mind opening that up. And is that the knife sheath that you located next to the bro?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind describing, well, I should say this, are you familiar with knife sheaths?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
I own several different types of knives: hunting knives, Bowie knives, boot knives, throwing knives.
You threw out a bunch of different names there. Are you familiar with, and I'm going to use more of a generic term, fixed blade knives?
Yes.
Do any of the knives that you just listed off fall into the category of a fixed blade knife?
Yes, they all do.
Okay. I would have known that.
Yes.
So with a fixed blade knife, based on your own experiences with them, as well as your role in this investigation, do they all come with a knife sheath?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the sheath?
The purpose of the sheath is to provide protection when wearing the knife or transporting the knife so someone doesn't cut themselves on the blade.
Now, that sheath that you have right there in front of you, People's 9, does it tell you what type of knife it goes to, like the make and model?
Yes.
What is it?
Smith & Wesson. It's imprinted on the clip.
Now, talk about that clip. Do you know what the purpose of that clip is for?
Yes, the purpose of the clip is so that it can be secured on a belt loop. That's why there's a separation of space on the clip in the center. But at the bottom of the clip, there's an actual like indentation that leads back into the sheath so that it can be held along a belt loop or on the top of a boot.
So based on that, based on what you're observing, what you're just testifying to, as well as your own personal experience with fixed blade knives, is that sheath supposed to go inside your waistband or outside your waistband?
On the outside of the waistband.
And so is it supposed to be carried just outside where it's accessible to your hands?
Yes.
Now, does that knife sheath have any sort of latch or something to basically secure the blade or the knife from falling out or anything like that?
Yes.
And if you could point to that.
At the very top of the sheath is a, press button securing latch.
Do you have one of those on the knife you own?
Yes.
So how does that work?
So essentially when it's closed and properly clasped, with a knife in the sheath, the guard hangs on that so it doesn't accidentally fall out of the sheath.
You say guard, what's a guard?
So typically with a sword or a knife, you have the main blade, then a guard that separates the handle from the blade. The guard is usually wide so that the webbing between your thumb and your fingers don't slide forward beyond the handle and cut yourself on the blade while you're using it.
And the level of pressure, at least if you do with that, how much pressure does it take to flip off that thumb brake?
Shouldn't take very much.
Are you able to secure it?
Yep. It is now on.
Okay. Can you open it up?
And it is now off.
Okay. Based on your experiences with that type of sheath and everything like that, if it's secured, does it ever hold it upside down or swing the sheath with the knife stay in the sheath?
It is designed to do so.
Or say it's designed to be, knives and sheaths are designed to only be deployed by human interaction.
Yes.
Now, I'll show you some exhibits from people's about 100. Oh, it's 108. Right. Going through these photographs. Yes, and there are going to be many graphic photos to be taken on the live stream.
Yeah, no live stream, no video. That's an order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. And take the course, can you hear me if I sit right here and go through the
Yes.
photographs? Okay. So, photograph 7. You ready for it? Yeah, I'm ready for it. All right, photograph 7334. Describe what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a photograph of David Bro as found on the bench in the park.
Now, when we had seen the overview of People's Exhibit 2, this is that northernmost bench in that grassy area of the park.
Yes.
The white towel or blanket that's on him was, to your knowledge, was that placed there by medical personnel?
Yes.
At some point, did you or other members of evidence response team or law enforcement remove that?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that blanket?
The purpose is to hide the deceased from public viewing.
Moving to image 7336. I'm used to this double screen. What are we looking at here?
This is the blanket and knife sheath near David Bro.
And that's the knife sheath that we were just talking about that you have in your hand.
Yes.
About how far away was that knife sheath from what it looks like Mr. Bro's right leg?
Not very far, within 5 feet, the sheath itself.
Okay, show you image 7338. If you can tell us what we're looking at here.
The center photo is the right leg of David Bro and his foot. And just to the bottom left is the knife sheath and the blanket found next to the knife sheath.
Did you or anyone else find a knife that matched that knife sheath at Central Park?
No.
Now, underneath the bench, right there, right behind Mr. Bro's right leg, you see that?
Yes.
All right. What, if anything, is the significance there?
It is loose brown dirt.
That dirt there, did you find any dirt that was similar in color or texture on Mr. Bro's body?
Yes.
Where?
On his right knee of the outer clothing of his sweats, on his left leg, going from bottom of the leg all the way up to his left side, and also on the base of the shoes.
Okay. Off the record, feel free to stand up and stretch those.
Hello, hello.
Okay, and this is the next part.
Based on what you were investigating at the time and your observations, did you have any opinions as to how that dirt may have gotten on Mr. Burrow?
Yes.
How?
That he had been on the dirt on his left side, and at some point on his stomach, and at some point on his right knee on the dirt.
But when you found him, or when, to your knowledge, when he was found morning of April 27th, he was seated in this position right now.
Yes.
All right, now underneath, like directly behind his right leg, can you see sort of a darker color patch in the dirt?
Yes.
And you're circling right behind his leg. Is there anything off the right as well in that photograph too?
Yes.
What did that appear to be to you?
That appeared to be body secretion coming from David Burrow.
And when you say body secretion, be more specific or general?
Blood that was piling up and coagulating.
And did you find other blood or other body secretion that was consistent with right now?
Yes.
All right, now underneath, like directly behind his right leg, can you see sort of a darker color patch in the dirt?
Yes.
And you're circling right behind his leg. Is there anything off the right as well in that photograph too?
Yes.
What did that appear to be to you?
That appeared to be body secretion coming from David Burrow.
And when you say body secretion, be more specific or general?
Blood that was piling up and coagulating.
And did you find other blood or other body secretion that was consistent with blood coming from Mr. Burrow's body?
Yes.
Now off to, show better in this photograph, all right, 7339. We moved up a little bit in the photograph. What are we looking at on the left side of this photograph? Would be the right side of the bench, but the left side of the photograph next to Mr. Burrow.
So directly next to him on the seat was a backpack here on the edge of the bench, a checkered shirt that was underneath, leading from the backpack towards underneath Mr. Burrow, and a hanging bag, like a grocery shopping bag, a cloth one that was knotted here against the bench.
Okay, and so you're circling the outermost post of the bench. Is that sort of that tannish color that's on that post?
Yes, you can see the strap, tan strap of the bag here at mid bench line, and then just behind it you can see it through the seam,
Through the what?
between the slats.
So based on what you just testified to in terms of the items, did it appear to you, or did you believe that Mr. Burrow may have been sleeping on his bench?
Yes.
Why is that?
Where the backpack was located, the cloth shirt underneath, and coupled with what he was physically wearing at the time, it was reminiscent of other, when I contact individuals that are transitory or homeless that are camping outdoors, it was very similar fashion for sake of comfort. The ground is a heat suck. It absorbs heat. You want to create some sort of barrier between yourself, if you're elevated, the wind, or in this case, metal, such as a metal bench, so that you maintain your heat rather than it leaving your body.
And I was going to ask about that bench because it doesn't look very comfortable. Are all those green benches made out of metal?
Yes. Yes.
Is that bench style one that is basically every city-owned bench in the city of Davis is this type of style?
I do not know if every city bench is this style, but I come across several similar design fixed metal green benches.
I should say common design.
Common, yes.
To your knowledge, was anything moved, like placed on the bench next to Mr. Bro from the time that the call came out to the time you arrived?
The blanket?
Anything on there?
Not that I can recall,
Okay.
just the blanket.
So looking at this photograph and where Mr. Bro's position, was there anything to show that there was a free space for another person at the sale?
Yes.
Where's that?
It's not in frame on the photograph. So essentially, to his left or right side of the photo, there is a blank space next to him.
So next photo, 7340. You're circling just the right side, excuse me, the left side of his body is at the right side of the photograph.
Yes.
Right there. Right, now, going to next photograph, 7341. In this photograph, looking back between Mr. Bro's legs, it looks like there's like a liquid. Is that what you were talking about earlier in terms of the blood?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Bro moved or disturbed, his body moved or disturbed before taking any of these photographs?
Moved, no. But I was told by a firefighter that they checked for rigor and pulse.
Did they check for what?
Rigor and pulse.
And to your knowledge or to your training experience, does it require you to like pick up a body and move it? Does it?
What do you mean? Restate that question?
You have to like physically move the body from one position to the other to check for rigor and pulse.
No.
Right. Moving to 7347. Now, this is that blanket and that knife sheath that we were talking about, correct?
Yes.
Now, you estimate about 5 feet away. Looking at this photograph, does it appear to be more or less than 5 feet? Yes.
Less than 5 feet, within 5 feet.
Right. So looking at photograph 7349, this photograph, has that white tarp or blanket been removed?
It's been removed.
And so I want to focus on Mr. Bro's left leg, his outer left leg. Is that the dirt you were describing that you observed?
Yes.
Could you see any disturbances in the dirt underneath the bench?
The pooling of blood that was occurring under the bench was the big disturbance.
I'll talk about this, the fence behind the bench. How much room is between the bench and the fence?
It was about 1.5 to 2 feet behind that separates the very back furthest point of the bench from the black fence line.
7350. is that another view of Mr. Burrow's left leg and the top of his shoe there?
Yes.
Why did you photograph the dirt that was on his body?
To show where on his body the dirt was located, and also to show the color comparison live to the dirt that's on the ground.
Why do you think that was significant?
To show why it is highly likely that he was on the ground at some point.
Okay, looking at 7353. What are we looking at here?
This is the back area of the bench, showing the separation from where the topmost of his head is from the edge of the black fence line for the play structure.
Now, it appears that
the black fence line for.
The play structure.
it appears that he has, Mr. Burrow has a sweatshirt on and a hoodie on.
Yes.
Is that, when you first arrived on scene and that blanket was removed, is that how his clothing was once that blanket came off?
Yes.
At some point, as you're conducting the investigation, do you have to move Mr. Burrow's body?
Yes.
And does that require removing layers of clothing or changing the clothing, meaning change the state of which it's in, to take photographs?
Yes.
Moving to 7361. Is this Mr. Burrow before you started disturbing the clothing and removing it and moving the body?
Yes.
Is in terms of, and you mentioned that you were able to see some like puncture wounds or punctures on him earlier this morning, I believe.
Yes.
Are you able to see any of those in this photograph?
On his right shoulder, slight little puncture there.
And sort of in the front of his shoulder, like front, like deltoid area.
Yes.
Okay, looking at photograph 7362, is this the back of the bench?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
Well, obviously the back of the bench. You could also see the red and brown checkered shirt, long sleeve shirt, underneath him, and the edges of it sticking out just to the left of the photo.
And to take this photograph, did you have to go on the backside of that fence, or were you between the fence and the bench itself?
The photographer stood behind the bench, off to the side to move the camera in to take the photo.
I'm looking at 7365, excuse me. What are we looking at here? Check it for us.
This is the right arm of David Burrow, down up against the seat of the bench. There are two what appear to be cuts into his clothing adjacent to each other on the forearm, and what looked like red smeared blood on the bench.
And you said it appeared to be red smeared blood. Was that consistent with, do you have training experience in identifying blood stains, blood splatter, and things like that?
Yes, I've been to multiple crime scenes involving blood. It's how it coagulates, what it appears. I've also attended autopsies with cadavers cut open and blood as it stayed in the body, dried and coagulated in the body.
And so this was consistent with what you believe to be blood?
Yes.
All right, moving to photograph 7367. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of David Burrow's hip. You can see his blue sweats here with dusting of brown dirt, his base layer, dark gray, long sleeve shirt with dirt and some grass matter, vegetation matter on his left side, as well as what appeared to be red staining that appeared to be blood.
And so, looks like he has sweats over jeans and a gray shirt, a white like sweatshirt or sweater, and then above that is that hooded sweatshirt, that hoodie. Right?
From what can be viewed here, yes.
Moving to photograph 7369. What's this?
This is the left leg of Mr. Bro. This is his blue sweats, and this is more vegetation matter, but also the dirt dusting his clothing.
Photograph 7370. Describe this.
This is a view of the rear of the bench. Through the slats, you can see the left hip of Mr. Bro, as well as dripping down from underneath him, dried liquid, likely blood. You can also see the sleeve of a brown and red checkered shirt that's sticking out between the slats.
You said it looked like, I'm zooming a little bit, dried blood. Are that those little bumps that are coming off of the bottom of the bench?
Yes.
Photograph 7381. Before I ask you to describe this photograph, as part of evidence response team's gathering of evidence, particularly when it involves a deceased individual or a person who appears to have been a victim of a violent crime, what is the process in documenting the body? So it looks like you take photographs of the body as you find it, and
Yes.
you transition into another set of photographs with either less clothing or with rulers or something like that. Grab that, correct?
Yes. So basically, when we photograph, in this case, a decedent, someone that has died, we do a long shot to show context as to the position of the body as it was found. A secondary shot at mid-range to show something closer that is of note or interest that should part of the documentation for investigators to look at the photos and note. And then an up-close shot of, in this case, an injury with scale to show the width of an injury, the size of an injury. This will help with report writing later, but is also part of the documentation process for any crime scene.
And so now looking at the photograph with this, what do you call this?
That's a scale.
Okay. Now looking at the scales, we've moved into sort of the next phase of documenting the deceit, correct?
Yes.
At this point, when you're using the scale, are you looking, or were you looking specifically for injuries on Mr. Bro's body?
Yes, this is the left side of Mr. Bro's body. This is the black sweater that was the outermost layer he was wearing. And this is what appears to be a cut into the clothing here.
Is there a cut off, excuse me, off to the left of that one?
Yes. This portion that is sticking out more bodily from him is actually his elbow, his left elbow. So near the pocket, the left pocket, is another kind of vertical cut.
Another kind of what cut?
Vertical cut.
And it looks like there's like a glistening or some reflection just off the left of the scale. Was the clothing wet, or is that just a reflection of the light?
The clothing was wet.
And did that appear consistent with blood?
Yes.
All right, showing you 7382. What's this?
This is a They moved the scale over slightly to the side and taken another photograph.
Right, what's the photograph of? I know it's a little dark, but
I believe it's another cut that was adjacent to the first one found.
does it appear to be that one right here?
Possibly, yes.
Oops, sorry.
There we go. Yes.
I'm going to 7384. What's this?
That is the scale pressed up against the cut that was closer to the pocket.
Now, we're still on the left side of Mr. Rose body.
Yes.
7386. What are we looking at here?
This is his right forearm. And these are two cuts that were seen on his right forearm to the clothing.
And is this off the left with the cursor I'm using and pointing to what appears to be the sweatshirt? Is the other arm in this, or is this off of his body at this point?
That's off of his body.
But is the rest of the sweatshirt still on him, around his torso and head?
Yes.
All right, moving to 7388. Okay, Torres, what are we documenting in this photograph?
This is documentation to the right side shoulder area of the black sweater and a cut on the exterior.
It looks like it's sort of, and the separation of clothing looks a little light colored in there, correct?
Yes.
All right, going to 7390. What is this?
Another cut to the right shoulder area of the sweater.
All right, 7391. What is this?
This is a cut area to the left front chest area before the neckline of the sweater.
Now, upper left-hand corner is that Mr. Rose chin and head.
Yes, this is the left side of his chin.
7392.
This is the left front area of the sweater.
A little dark on there. Hard to see in that one.
Yeah, lighting, can't see it.
But whenever there was something that was used, whenever a scale was used, was that to document an injury, like a puncture wound or a cut?
Yes.
All right, 7394. In a previous photograph, we had seen Mr. Bro had the hood from his sweatshirt over his head. Just now we're moving to the next phase, sort of moving down layers of the document.
Yeah, the two items removed was a black shirt that was wrapped around his head, and then what was underneath the black shirt was a purple beanie. This is now those two items removed, hood pulled back, and there's a earplug in his left ear.
Did you find another earplug on scene?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay, going to 7395. What are we documenting here?
The right side of his face without the coverings that were on his head.
Were you looking for any injuries to his facial region? Layers?
Yes, looking for cuts, looking for blunt trauma, something.
Did you find any in his facial region or his head?
Not that I recall.
Okay, 7396, a little transition right here. Now, at this point, is this the same knife sheath that you had observed next to Mr. Rose or proximity to Mr. Rose's right leg?
Yes.
Was there any blood on that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
dirt, consistent with the dirt patterns that you saw Mr. Bro, or the dirt that was underneath the bench?
Not that I recall.
Looking at 7398, zooming in.
This was a photograph as I lifted the blanket to show if there was anything under it as I lifted it.
Anything there?
No.
At this point, you had already retrieved the knife sheath off the ground.
Yes. And this was to show the area underneath the blanket once the blanket was completely removed.
7399. All right, looking at 7400. Describe why we took this photograph and what was the significance to you?
To document what prior to removal of the backpack and the items around the backpack, how it looked without the blanket nearby with nothing covering it.
Now, earlier when we had, in the previous photograph, when we had talked about the blood that you've seen on the bench, can you use the laser to point out where that is?
The blood on the bench would have been underneath the back area of Bro's buttocks.
Okay, but how about the, and that was the one that was sort of dripping.
Dripping.
What about the sort of like the swirl that you had talked about also?
Oh, that was about here. That was on the front edge of the bench seat to the right of his right leg. Sorry.
That's okay. 7412. Did you eventually go into the backpack?
Yes.
And what was in it?
There was a laptop, a cell phone, Mr. Bro's ID card, bag with coins, and other personal items, clothing.
Any knives or weapons in there?
No.
Okay, 7421. Right. Describe this photograph.
David Bro was wearing multiple layers on his upper body. The furthest exterior layer was a black hooded sweater. Underneath the black hooded sweater was a long sleeve Gap brand knitted sweater, light brown, tan in color. Below that Gap sweater was a zip up sweater that was a Goodfellow brand sweater. And then finally, the base layer is a long sleeve dark gray shirt. This photo is pulling back the black sweater, the Gap sweater, and then showing the third layer, the Goodfellow sweater.
Now, with this, so we see this area right above, well, I should ask this first, maybe obvious, but this area right here, does that appear to be blood?
Yes.
Off to the right of it, was this one of the puncture wounds that you had, that had been, a scale had been used at that time?
Yes. At the bottom of this red coloring, you can see this is the elbow in frame of reference for the previous photo. Did appear that this was a continuation of the cut that was at the outer layer, and the same thing with this cut to the left, photo left.
So when you say down here, frame of reference, this is the elbow, is this Mr. Bro's arm that was still in, like tucked into his body as you testified to earlier?
Yes.
So that would be correct me if I'm wrong, this part up here at the top of the photograph, just by the slat, down here and up is his arm.
Yes.
Moving to 7422. Looks like we pulled back that layer, that Goodfellow layer.
Yes.
And this area right here, sort of just above the elbow, kind of the tricep area. Are we able to see the puncture wounds there?
Yes.
And like I just asked you in the last one, this is arm now more clearly visible, obviously.
Yes. Left arm.
Okay, 7424. We're still looking at Mr. Gross' left arm.
Yes.
This right here next to the scale, what is that?
That is a cut to the exterior, and it's saturated with red suspected blood.
Okay, 7425. We're still on the left elbow or left arm. Excuse me.
Yes.
And this right here, what is that?
Cut to the clothing and then red saturation.
7426. Is this the same photograph or is this a different puncture?
I believe it's the same puncture wound.
Right, 7428. Before we talk about this photograph, so at some point you document everything, talk about the different steps you take and document the scene. At some point, there are certain things that you can't see in the position that the body is in, correct?
Correct.
And so that requires you, I take it, to move it to another location.
Yes, with permission from the coroner.
And so here, and why do you need permission from the coroner?
I can't move whenever we have a decedent, someone that has died and we've been called to the scene, moving the body, unless it's an emergency, doesn't happen. It comes at the direction of the coroner. Other than what life-saving measures were done prior to my arrival.
So at this point, I think you received coroner permission to move Mr. Gross' body from the bench to the ground.
Yes.
Now here, can you describe anything of significance that you observed in this photograph?
In this photograph, just that the stiffness of his arm, confirmation of rigor mortis, doesn't just drop to the ground. Again, the tan dirt along the front belly and the front of the sweater, outer layer.
Did he have, you said the tan dirt on his belly, so that's layer 3 or layer 4 of his clothing?
Layer 4, the bottommost layer, the dark gray long sleeve shirt.
So at some point, this 4th layer of clothing likely hit the ground.
Yes.
Now, is that coloring consistent with the dirt coloring consistent with what we see on the right knee and then sort of the left quad area here?
Yes.
And 7429, that is a zoomed in image of his torso and his belly.
Yes.
Dropping down to his right hand, one that you said had rigor mortis setting in. You see any injuries in this photograph?
Yes.
Where?
To his right hand, at the knuckle area, there was a puncture there.
Moving to 7431, that puncture area, can you see it a little bit better in this photograph?
You can see not it, no, but the pooling of blood from it, yes.
Is this right here, sort of at the bottom of his palm, is that the pooling?
Yes.
And I should ask you before I move on to the next image, was there a wound that went straight through his hand?
Yes.
All right, 7433. What are we documenting here?
An attempt to document the inner part of his right leg.
And 7435. What are we documenting here?
The comparison of his inner leg and groin area to the outer part of the leg.
And I haven't asked this yet, but did you find any injuries to his leg? Any puncture wounds, stab wounds, cuts, anything like that?
No.
Looking at 7436. What are we documenting here?
The condition of the left side of his body to include that dark gray shirt, now that we've removed layers.
And was this the last layer, this gray layer, was this the last layer?
Yes.
Was this the
Last layer that Mr. Bro was wearing. Okay, 7438. What did you document here? What did you observe?
The upper body of Mr. Bro when he was laid out on the tarp.
And 7439, similar, just a different direction.
Yes.
7440. Just a close-up view of the dirt on his leg.
Yes, in comparison to the lack of it on the inner leg, groin area.
And why are you making that comparison?
It is when objects come in contact, they leave some form of trace. It's interesting. It was just interesting at the time that all the contact that would have happened, all the trace left behind is on the left side, outer side of the leg, rather than like inner knee, inner groin, inner leg, as far as what could have touched the dirt.
When you say trace, what do you mean by that?
Trace is typically referring to a evidence or items that leave behind a clue as that may not be as easy to see, easy to collect or document. That is evidence.
So why was that of particular interest to you or something you wanted to capture?
In question regarding what parts of his body actually touched the ground, the dirt on the ground, to try to better understand body position, location where they was, what parts, if any, were on the ground.
And in your mind, as you're obviously as a detective and evidence response, you get there after the crime has taken place or the act has taken place that leads to your response. As you're documenting these things, are you trying to figure out the movements of the decedent, in this case, Mr. Bro, where he started in terms of positioning, where he was during what we could describe as stabbing, and to where his final resting place was?
Yes.
And 7441 is still his outer left leg.
Yes.
In 7442, when you were describing the lack of dirt on his inner leg, inner thigh, is this capture that?
Yes.
In 7443, switch to the inner right leg here.
Yes.
Now looking at his shoe, his right shoe right here, where was the dirt covering? Was it all over, bottom, top?
Bottom sole and for his right shoe, my recollection is bottom sole of his right shoe and at the toe, top.
And 7444, does that capture more of what you just described, the bottom sole like right here?
Yes.
Okay, 7445. Based on what you had seen in terms of the blood that had been pooling at the bottom of the bench and underneath the bench as well, did you feel like there were more significant injuries that you had not yet seen?
Yes.
So this one, are we looking at Mr. Bro's back?
Yes.
in this, are you, at least from this image, are you able to identify whether there were any wounds to his back?
Yes.
If you can, with your laser pointer. Direction.
This cut here to the outer layer, exposing skin, suggests that there's going to be a wound there underneath that outer layer, but also just the large amassment of blood kind of trailing down from this upper area and upper area here suggested it.
Okay, now you mentioned that lower wound that has been exposed within 7449. Is that what we see right here, sort of in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
7453. Are we still looking at Mr. Burrow's back right now?
Yes.
And so with that scale, sorry, jumped ahead a little too quickly there. 7453. Is this another incision, stab wound?
Yes, another stab wound.
And I should ask, from what you have observed in terms of the cuts and things like that, did everything appear to be a deep puncture, like a stab into his body?
Yes.
Did anything that you observed appear to be like a cut across the skin, like someone took a knife or a blade, just like ran across the top and left a long cut mark?
No, they were all penetrating.
Can you repeat that?
They were all penetrating.
All right, so 7454. This image, are we looking at Mr. Burrow's back still?
Yes.
Is this another puncturing stab wound?
Yes.
7455. Is this a different angle of that second one that we saw on his back?
Yes.
7456. What are we looking at here?
A cut to the clothing, the upper part of his back.
And 7457. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side bottom of his back. Yeah.
7458.
This is still his back. There's a cut to the clothing here.
Seven, 4, 5, 9.
Right side front shoulder. There are two cuts to the clothing on his right shoulder, and then front just below his shoulder.
Now looking at 7460, appears to be Mr. Burrow's left hand. Anything that you saw here?
No.
Looking at 7461, a little bit dark, but what were you looking at here?
Examination for injuries to fingers.
7462, which layer of clothing was this?
This is layer 3, the Goodfellow zip up tan sweater.
I should ask you too, when you're numbering the layers of 1, 2, 3, 4, are you starting with number 1 as being the bottom layer, or are you starting with number 1 as being the outermost layer?
Outermost layer.
Right, so 7463, you had mentioned that you did look for injuries on his hands. You had one on his right hand. Zooming in, where is, I see blood, but where's the injury on his right hand?
It's the interior palm and exterior palm.
7464, another angle of that is just right here, the pinky finger and the ring finger, is this the blood coagulating here?
Yes.
So that's not the injury itself.
No.
7465. Use your laser pointer there for a second. What are we looking at?
This is a laceration to his hand.
Say laceration.
A cut, a penetration.
7466. Zooming in here.
This is the inner palm of his right hand, and there's a laceration.
Say a cut. Is that just a cut on the outer skin, or does that actually penetrate through the hand?
It penetrated through the hand.
When we look at 7466, and we look at 7465, that laceration is this the same laceration just on the back side of the hand?
Section foundation. You can lay a foundation for it. All right.
When observing the palm and the back side of the hand, did the lacerations appear to be sort of similarly placed on the back and the front?
Yes.
Did they appear to be of the same size?
Different sizes.
Did it appear to be two different, from your observations, two different lacerations, or one continuous laceration?
Section foundation. Consistent.
Going to 7466. Over here at the bottom, just in the bottom of the palm, just because that's where the ring finger and pinky finger are. Is this an injury or is this just blood pooling?
I believe it's blood pooling.
Okay, let me stop you there. Thank you, counsel. I appreciate that. Detective Flores, thank you. We're going to resume your testimony at 1:30 today. So if you're excused as a witness, I'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll have an afternoon session from 1:30 to 4:30 with a break in the middle and be here a few minutes early. And I wanted to say one thing about the jury assembly group today. There's a legal training going on in that room. You know, it's not closed, but you're going to have 100 or so attorneys in there and a program going on led by Jeff McGuire. It will be very educational. He's a wonderful speaker, but I just wanted to let you know the jury assembly room is tied up, but I think the doors will be open. Anyway, enjoy your break. Don't research, don't discuss, and don't form any hard opinions. I'll see you for the afternoon session.
Okay, I'm looking for the next feed. Not go to your room. I just happened to come back in. I don't know why she got to go to her room, but Sammy has put you in your room. Oh boy. Let me find the next one.
Cameras on, folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Whole chat buzzing like the verdict dropped, but the jury room still got them locked. Hear the cell doors locked. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Mama crying in the it's moving slow. State dock receipts and the pressure's steep. Now the whole room barely even breathes. Used to talk big for the TV lights. Now it's long breaks and uneasy nights. Woo! Funny how the swagger disappeared before a single word got cleared. They'll wop, bop, bop. Hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-wop-bop. L-wop-bop-bop. No appeal gonna save ya. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-wop-bop. Hey, 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 hey. The L-wop-bop. Hey, 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 hey. That's the rhythm of the L-wop-bop. Hey. Case pause, courtroom tense. Hey. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-wop-bop.
Yeah, I'm almost sure Sammy requested the LY Bop. Yeah, therapist made it right away and sent it over yesterday. And I think when she had sent it over, you had already left the chat. Okay, awesome. I'm glad that you got a chance to hear it. I think I done played it like a couple of times. You must not have been here. What a quinky-dinky. Okay, so guys, this is the live courtroom feed that we're going into. The news station that we was watching it on, they have not uploaded it. So like I told y'all, I'm just getting it how I can get it. So I'm getting it the way we can get it. They're not doing it like they must, after each feed or after when they go on break or something, they must load a video. So this is just live court action. So here we go. And I can't pause it. I got it paused, but it's not gonna let me do it like that. So here we go. Oh,
and you would agree when people pull up a hood tight, they generally don't put the knot in their mouth. You would agree with that?
Objection argumentative.
Okay. So it's very likely this is not how the hood fit over Mr. Bro when he tied it up and went to sleep.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, I think we're done. Thank you. Agreed, Mr. Moore?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Torres, Detective Torres, I know we're going to see you again. So thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Moore, would you return that exhibit?
Yes.
To the clerk, and then your next witness?
Maria Bro.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're still having trouble with the live stream again. With the photos.
Okay, it's clear now though, right? Okay. All right. We'll just...
I'm just getting it.
No, notice when you're going to put an exhibit up. So yeah, we're still on the record. So we are fixing that problem, and we'll just not project anything on the screen. Can you keep that off the whole time? Yeah, okay.
For under clarification, Ms. Bro is going to testify in the doctor's show.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Bro. As a courtesy, good to see you. Thank you. I'm going to have, in just a moment, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath, and then we're going to have to take the witness stand. But we've been going for a while, so I'm going to stand up and stretch real quick. Feel free to join me. Thank you. And then I think, Deputy, we might as well bring those the blinds down, because it's going to start in the middle of testimony, get in the eyes. So the plan is to take a hard break at 3 o'clock, but we'll just see where we're at. No later than 3. Yeah. Okay. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Did you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is true to the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and spell your last for the record.
My name is Anne Maria Bro, ANNE BREAUX, and I go by Maria.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for your patience with the court.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Moore, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Bro.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Bro, did you have a brother named David?
I did.
Did David have a nickname?
He did.
What was that?
Compassion guy.
And was...
Turn it up. Can you turn the witness's mic up? Thanks.
How far apart are you and David in age?
I was born in 68, December. He was born February 73, so 3.5 years.
And did the two of you live in the same town?
For a while, we lived in the same town for many years.
Okay. How about in 2023? Did he live in Davis?
He lived in Davis and I lived in San Francisco.
Did the two of you were able to communicate often up to April of 2023?
Less often as of 2019 and primarily via Facebook Messenger.
The two of you kept in contact and you kept up to date on sort of what he was doing and everything?
Yes.
And David, known as the compassion guy, did he have a calling in Davis where he would interact with people within the community?
Yes, he did.
And as part of living in Davis, how did he live? Like, did he live in a residence? Did he live outside? How did he live?
Part of his purpose was living with very humble means, and he lived intentionally without permanent housing. For many years, that was primarily couch surfing, house sitting, pet sitting, until 2019, where he went through a period of being intentionally unhoused in the community, maybe 30% of the time.
And in April of 2023, was he unhoused living in the community at that point?
He was.
Had you ever frequented Central Park, ever visited Central Park?
I have.
And did you know David to spend time there?
Yes.
And is that where he would do most of his interaction with people in the community around Central Park and the blocks around that?
Specifically at the corner of 3rd and C at the Compassion Bench.
And that would be?
At the Compassion Bench at the corner of 3rd and C in Davis.
Right, and that's just southeast of the park itself, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so Ms. Bro, on let me show you People's 55A. Showing you 55A. Is that David?
It is.
And do you know about what time, what year this photograph was taken?
This was in 2013 during construction of the Compassion Bench.
And
I'm sorry, 2012. Yeah,
well,
2012.
But in 2023, David looked pretty much the same. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay. Just keep it off the whole time.
All right. When I asked if David looked similar in 2023, you said, mm-hmm. Was that a yes?
Yes, that's a yes.
Thank you, bro. Now, in April did you have any communications with David on April 26th or April 27th of 2023?
I did not.
But on the 27th of April, did you receive a call about him?
I received a visit at my front door.
And who was that from?
The San Francisco medical examiner, someone from the San Francisco medical examiner's office.
And was that individual there to inform you that David had passed?
That's correct.
And I'm very sorry that we have to talk about this and
I understand.
brings you here today with, at the time, did you know where David had been staying in Davis?
I did not.
But you knew that he had been out in the community following his mission.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Bro. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Any cross-examination?
I have no questions from Ms. Bro. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bro, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before our next witness, regarding, did we take an early,
No, we got to keep going.
we just some exhibits we got to prepare for the next witness, which is Dr. Zhao.
Okay, let's keep going.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's call witness out of order. So Mr. Keon can get that set up.
Okay.
People call Sergeant John Ringer.
Great, let's get to the sergeant. Good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Would you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
John Ringer, R-E-N-G-E-R.
Okay, Mr. Demore, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Ringer.
How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you? Good. You're currently a police sergeant.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a peace officer?
13 years.
Are you employed by the City of Davis Police Department?
I am.
And what is your current assignment as sergeant?
I'm in charge of our traffic division and I lead our evidence response team.
You're the current lead of it.
The current lead.
I didn't want to create any issues between you and Detective Torres saying he had been the lead.
So, correct.
All right. Now, did you attend the autopsy back in April of 2023 for David Bro?
I did.
And did you take photographs at that autopsy?
I did.
Did you retain a homicide kit from the coroner?
Yes.
And what's a homicide kit?
It includes evidence they've collected when they were preparing the body for exam, things like fingernail scrapings, hair follicles, and such.
And did you know there to be DNA swabs in that from David Bro?
Yes.
And is that something you collected and took possession of and booked in the evidence to be later tested?
I did.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
No cross. Okay, all right, Sergeant, thanks for your time. Okay, Mr. Demora.
Your Honor, people are prepared to call Dr. Zhao, but there are two large exhibits that I am seeking to take to the wall for Dr. Zhao.
Okay, well, we can do that. Sure.
So may I have a moment?
Yeah, thank you. Someone want to grab the doctor?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dr. Zhao.
Yes.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Right here. If I could have you stand at the podium.
Oh, sure.
Right here, sir. Thank you. Just wait for a second, and we're going to have the clerk administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
Sure.
Yeah.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat here.
Is that your last for the record?
Yes, Jimin Zhou, first name Jiemin, last name Zhou.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keon, direct exam? Okay.
For the record, it will be 110 and 111. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And just, I want to make sure I'm saying your last name. Is it Dr. Zhou?
Zhou.
Zhou? Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. So to start off, what is your profession?
I am a forensic pathologist.
And can you describe what that is?
Yes, a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor specializing in the field of forensic pathology.
And where do you work?
I'm self-employed in my own company, Jimin Zhou Medical Corporation.
Okay. And back in May of 2023, April, May 2023, were you in the same type of employment?
Well, technically it was a sole proprietorship, but it got incorporated as corporation, but fundamentally, yes, I was still self-employed.
And at that time, were you considering yourself an independent contractor of sorts?
Yes, I was.
And were you contracted with a number of counties?
Yes, I was.
For what purpose?
To perform forensic autopsies.
Okay. And was Yolo County one of those counties that you were contracted with?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So you talked about you're a forensic pathologist. Is there a difference between a forensic pathologist and a coroner?
Yes, forensic pathologists are medical doctors specialized in the field of forensic pathology versus coroners have a more generic, broad definition. They could be laymen, non-medical doctors, specifically investigating deaths.
Understood. And is one of your functions as a forensic pathologist to determine cause of death?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is your primary role in working with these counties to perform autopsies?
Yes.
Is it primarily for a criminal setting?
Well, most cases typically are natural deaths or drug-related deaths, but I do perform autopsies that can be related to criminal trial.
Okay. And so did you have to have training to become a forensic pathologist?
Yes, I did.
Can you talk about that training and background, please?
Sure. Starting with my undergraduate qualifications, I went to the University of California, Los Angeles, graduating in 2013 and receiving my Bachelor of Science in Ecology and Evolutionary Biology. Afterwards, I attended medical school at the Howard University College of Medicine, receiving my medical doctor degree in the year 2017. Afterwards, I received additional training, which is known as residency training from Howard University Hospital, also located in Washington, D.C., in the fields of anatomic and clinical pathology. And then finally, I went to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Baltimore to study forensic pathology, otherwise known as fellowship training, for a year.
Okay. And what got you to do the job, the forensic pathology job? Was that your goal through medical school and residency, or is that an interest you had?
Yes, it was an interest I had.
Okay. And so the job that you had contracting as a forensic pathologist for the counties, back in April, May of 2023, how long had you had that position up to that point?
I had been working as a forensic pathologist prior to that at Sacramento County full-time since around summer of June. And I believe I had established my contract with Yolo County around December of the end of that year.
Okay. And when you were undergoing your training, did you have real world experience undergoing autopsies before you went into the professional sector?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how many numbers of autopsies you presided over, assisted with?
Yes, in residency, I performed or assisted in approximately 50 autopsies, and in fellowship training, I don't remember the exact number, but it was something between 225 to 250 autopsies in Baltimore.
Okay. And since the time you went on your own and in your professional sector, approximately how many autopsies had you performed up to April, May of 2023?
Okay, so while I don't exactly remember the exact number based on the chronology, it would have been, I estimate, somewhere between 100, 200 additional more autopsies.
To present day? Or
to present day.
You were asked up to April, May of 2023. That's what he was saying.
I'm sorry, I got confused when you say additional. When you say additional, 100, 200 additional, can you elaborate what you mean by additional?
From the time I was in Sacramento to the time that I was at Yolo County to that date that you had mentioned.
There's a stipulation to his qualifications, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go right into
offering that as an expert.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we have a qualified expert.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to note that because I'm going to give you a jury instruction regarding qualified experts.
Yeah, it'll be in the area of forensic pathology.
Thank you.
All right. So let's go right into it. Did you, back in 2023, conduct an autopsy on someone by the name of David Henry Bro?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall when you conducted that autopsy?
I would have to refresh my memory.
I know it's been 3 years, so please go ahead with the court's permission.
Yes. April 29th, 2023.
And do you recall where you performed that autopsy?
The Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office.
Okay. And is that standard when you are contracting with counties to perform autopsy, it's conducted in their county setting?
Correct.
Okay. When you were conducting the autopsy, were you present with anybody or were you by yourself?
No, there were other people. There can be, there's usually a technician that assists me. There may be interns that work for the Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office. Sometimes investigator may be there. Sometimes detectives are there. Detectives for investigating the case.
Thank you. So when you're conducting these autopsies, do you prepare a report?
Yes, I do.
And is that part of your standard course when you do these autopsies?
That is correct.
And do you make these reports at or near the time of your autopsy?
Yeah, typically a few days to a few weeks after.
Okay. And do those reports have complete information based on what you reviewed at the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the person that actually prepares those reports?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you. I believe it's going to be People's 11.
Yes, you can approach when you're examining a witness.
Thank you. So the sticker's on the plastic here, but can you review People's 11 and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, it's a copy of my autopsy report.
And is that the autopsy report pertaining to Mr. Bro?
That is correct.
And was that the autopsy report that you prepared based on your autopsy that you performed and your summary of what you determined?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fairly accurate and complete recitation of the information from what you recall?
Yes.
Your Honor, does Your Honor handle admission later or no?
Yeah, later.
Okay, thank you. All right, one moment, please. So going to the autopsy report, is it approximately, let me see how many pages here. Approximately 11 pages?
The exhibit you handed me is 7 pages plus a diagram, so 8 pages.
Okay, thank you. There is a diagram.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you look behind you? Do you see 2 really large blown up diagrams? Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay, and what are those?
It's a diagram I had drawn of the backside and the front side of the decedent, identifying the sharp force injuries that I had described in the report and that I saw on the body. Sharp, correct.
Okay. And with respect to the blown up, taped up images behind you, do those match the diagram reflected in your report?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And do you see a number of letters in parentheses throughout both of those exhibits, 110 and 111?
Correct.
Okay. And are those also reflected in your report?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please. So before we get into the letters, can you describe your process when you go into an autopsy? What do you do?
Sure. Typically, before I even perform the autopsy, I'll get a what's called a face sheet, provide me basic information about the decedent, a summary of the investigative findings at the time. I then typically a Thursday, I go in, perform autopsies at Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office. The body will be in a white transportation bag or a body bag. I'll have a label with the decedent's name, case ID number. Pictures by one of the staff at the coroner's office will be done. We'll open the body bag. I'll document various demographic features of the decedent, such as like their hair color, their eye color. As part of the external examination, I'll document if he had any injuries associated, any scars, tattoos, stuff like that. Afterwards, we perform what's called the internal examination. So we'll make a cut from both shoulders to the middle of your chest, going downwards, and then we'll reflect the skin. We'll take out all of the internal organs of the body, such as your heart, your lungs, your kidneys. We do that, do the same with the organs of your neck, as well as we reflect your scalp. We remove the top of the skull, and we remove the brain, and we examine the brain.
Thank you. Now, is it fair to say that you conduct an exterior examination and an interior examination of the body?
Yes, to clarify, an external examination and an internal examination.
Thank you for correcting me. So the external, would that reflect the dermis area, the outside of the skin, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct. What you can see before the body was cut.
Okay. And the internal is what you described as the organ area and all that.
Yes.
Okay. Reflecting the diagram. Now, that's not a unique drawing itself of a human male, is it?
No, it's just a generic diagram of a human male.
Is that standard with all autopsies to use a diagram such as this?
I typically use a male or a female diagram depending on the decedent, yes.
Okay. And based on your involvement in the autopsy of Mr. Bro, this was appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you are preparing the diagram, how do you determine what to draw in relation to what you're observing? Are you going based on your measurements and going based on how the diagram is presented? Can you explain your process from creating these letters on the diagram?
Yes, so the letters reflect not necessarily the order which a wound was inflicted, but just an organizational method that I the wounds in the report. So that's in a logical fashion. So typically I describe the wounds from top to bottom. So head, neck, and then your chest, abdomen, then your back, and then your upper extremity. So your right arm, left arm, your right thigh, leg, to your left thigh, leg, foot, etc.
Understood. And are these letters your best characterization of where the wounds would be on the actual body?
Yes.
Okay, going to the diagram in relation to your report, before we get into the specifics of that, I note that you have what you call evidence of traumatic injury, A through V, as a Victor. But you also, within those, you label them different letters. Can you explain the discrepancy there?
Correct. So at the time of autopsy, when we're taking photos, I want to make sure that every single photo has been taken. So I'll put labels like these blue circular labels with a letter next to the wound or a group of wounds, just to make sure all the pictures are taken. And then I'll reorder in the reports based on how I organize the injuries into the report.
Understood. So just for understanding, in a moment, we're going to be looking at photographs, but with respect to, for example, letter A of your report, is letter A of your report corresponding to the letter of the diagram, not the letter on the body, but the letter on the diagram?
That is correct.
Okay. So when we're referring to the diagram, we're referring to the letter of the report.
Correct.
Okay. And when we're referring to the letter that we'll soon see on the body, that will be contained within the report letter.
Yes, they'll say like label E or label F, etc.
Understood. And so with respect to Mr. Bro, like I said, we're going to look at the images, but upon just a visual inspection before going right into it, could you determine that Mr. Bro had injuries?
Yes.
And what type of injuries did he sustain?
He had multiple sharp force injuries.
Do you recall approximately how many there were?
31.
And when you say sharp force injuries, what do you mean by that?
That they were inflicted by a sharp object, such as a knife, a dagger, a sword.
Okay. And with respect to a sharp instrument like a knife, are you able to determine whether a knife was angled a certain way?
I'm able to determine how the knife went in directionally into the body.
Okay. And so when you are reviewing these injuries, do you also measure the depth, the width of the injuries themselves?
Yes, typically I measured the length and the width of the injury in addition to the depth of penetration.
Okay. Your Honor, I am intending to.
Thank you for the notice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Should we start now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. Okay. Okay. While this is, let's do this. With respect to, just so we can correspond properly to the labels here, let's do this. I'm going to give you a green highlighter / marker. I know you indicated that these letters refer to the report, but not to the letters that we're going to see in the photos, right?
Correct.
Can we go through briefly with this green marker and correspond with that letter? For example, letter A. I think in your report, you have a different letter for the photo. Let's go through and correspond them if we have memory.
Sure.
Yes. I think this should be visible.
Okay.
So let's go through briefly. All right. We can unplug it. Okay. Yeah. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So going quickly, letter A. If you wouldn't mind identifying letter A, and this is just for the record. This is for the front portion of the human male diagram. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And letter A refers to stab wound on the lateral left side of the upper chest. What label did you label on the actual body?
E.
Can you please itemize E with referring to letter A, please?
Okay.
We're going to try this. See, hopefully this will make sense.
Okay. All right. We've got a setup. Okay. Now we are going to take a break now.
Okay.
So I understand what you're doing. Go, Doctor, thank you. We're going to take an afternoon break, leave your exhibits and your markers here, and to the jury, three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't research, don't form opinions. And I'll see you in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break. And counsel, enjoy your break.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, folks. Off the record.
Okay, so they are off the record. Wow. I think the case, it seems like it's moving along a lot faster than it did the first time. At least that's what I'm getting, because from my understanding, the first time they started off with the sister's testimony, but it looks like we already have we were getting past, we had the ME for the first victim, which is David Bowe. So that definitely seems like a different way, and they're stipulating to a lot of stuff too. You know, I just really don't understand the end games. I mean, I understand the end game for the defense in this case, but yeah. Oh God, I cannot deal. Oh goodness. Oh gosh. Billy, like, so just so y'all seen, I think that so I'm gonna try to get this together, giving himself a lobotomy. Oh gosh. Yeah. So Billy, yeah, you can, I'm going to look at just doing like the ones right before the accident, just so you know. So I know you on your mission to read all the messages. I don't want you to stop, because we're not going that far. Let me see if they uploaded another video. Okay, yeah, it looks like they have. Yeah, they're like doing something. Yeah, because yeah, as they take breaks, that's when they are loading stuff up. See, I don't think we got to see this part. Let me show y'all. Or maybe they did show it. Did they? Okay, maybe they did show it. Maybe it's just me. Hold on. I don't know how Atlanta News first got on my thing. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm like scared to, I can't rewind this. Let me show y'all this.
One of them being a Gap knit sweater that was really thick. And then on his bottom, he had denim jeans, which, you know, are thick. But on the exterior of that, he had sweats. Also, his socks were pulled up, and like the sweat legs were tucked in to the socks, which was odd.
And you mentioned earlier this morning about those things, has it been your experience, or could you say that perhaps someone tucks their pants into their socks to keep eating?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that?
Yes.
Or does it be reprocessed?
Secretary Torres, the prosecutor asked you if you found any sort of sleeping mask or anything, and your answer was no.
No.
But when you found Mr. Grow, the knot from the sweatshirt was actually right in his mouth.
Yes.
And you would agree when people pull up a hood tight, they generally don't put the knot in their mouth.
Yeah.
So it's very likely this is not how the hood fit over Mr. Rowe when he tied it up and went to sleep.
Yes.
I have nothing for you.
Okay, I think we're done. Thank you. Agreed, Mr. Moore?
Yep.
All right, Mr. Torres, Detective Torres, I know we're going to see you again. So thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Moore, would you return that exhibit?
Yes.
To the clerk, and then your next witness?
Maria Bro.
Your Honor, I'm still having trouble with the live stream.
It's clear now.
Or maybe we did see it all. I thought that we had missed something. Sammy said she leave for 5 minutes and her child has already been put in the naughty corner. Say it's not so. Yeah, so I'm waiting for, they haven't started the courtroom feed back up. I'll put it back up so we don't miss a moment of any testimony, because like I said, I can't stop it. I can't rewind it. And the news station that is kind of like streaming it, they're not streaming it. They're like waiting to breaks and then they're uploading. They're waiting for a break and then uploading. So
Whoa, yeah. Courtroom packed and the cameras on. Folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Whole chat buzzing like the verdict dropped, but the jury room still got them locked. Hear the cell doors locked. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Mama crying in the second row. Defense still talking, but it's moving slow. State brought receipts and the pressure's steep. Now the whole room barely even breathes. Used to talk big for the TV lights. Now it's a long breaks and uneasy nights. Funny how the swagger disappeared before a single word got cleared. L-Wop-Bop-Bop. Hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. The L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Case pause, courtroom tense. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-Wop-Bop.
Yeah, yeah. Junkie on the freeway, white claw in a breeze. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in chat. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the free. We the California's rolling deep on 9. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you're lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big, you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing, got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah. Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
We the California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost lanes to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, can't remix this.
Hey Billy, I see. You say ran out of our TiVo time, our Zoom room. Yeah, that's the one thing we live in the courtroom. They don't have when he go on break, the whole thing go on break. So I thought we had like a good enough amount of TiVo time, but it seemed like they took a very long lunch today. So testimony was not really like a full day worth of testimony, in my opinion. We had about maybe 2 hours worth of testimony, and we covered that since we've been out the other trial. And we kind of like live in it at this point in time. And the news station that's covering it from the other end that I just showed you guys, right here. Shout out to KCRA 3. They're covering it from this end, but the problem is they're not like live streaming it where we can be live at the same time. What they're doing is when they have a break or when the end of the day, then they're uploading a video. So that's how I got this video, is because they uploaded it once we went on break, but we've already seen all of this. We seen the sister take the stand, and we was just into the ME on the stand. So yeah, that's kind of how like they're doing it. So I'm just waiting for the actual courtroom stream to get back up, because we just live for that part. Yeah, so it makes it kind of different, the way we're looking at it, because of this. Yeah, like I can't rewind it. I can't do anything. If I pause it, it's gonna bring me forward as soon as I hit play. Yes, that's the one thing about the live court action. But were y'all able to see these when we were doing it? Let me ask y'all that. Did we see this part? I don't know how the camera view was. Did the camera view show us this part when he was marking them? the injuries?
Marker. I know you indicated that these letters refer to the report, but not to the letters that we're going to see in the photos, right?
Correct.
Can we go through briefly with this green marker and correspond with that letter? For example, letter A. I think in your report we have a different letter for the photo. Let's go through and correspond them if we have one.
Sure.
Okay. I think they should be visible.
Okay.
So let's go through briefly with this. We'll get to that in just a moment. Okay. So going quickly, letter A. If you wouldn't mind identifying letter A. And this is just for the record. This is for the front portion of the human male diagram. Is that correct?
Correct.
In the witness stand, and we have direct examination by Attorney Keon, and we're audio only.
Okay, thank you, Honor. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So just to clarify, I'm going to swap in seats here. Over the course of the break, did you have an opportunity to correspond the labels on the body to the letters on your diagram?
Yes.
So for the record, the letters that you've identified in green, what do those represent?
The blue labels that will presumably be on the images.
Okay. And for the sake of better understanding, Exhibit 11, meaning your pathology report, also encompasses all this.
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. So let's start off with, we're just going to go down quickly. We're going to start off with okay, this is on Exhibit 107, has these images. Within that is 6632. Probably need that. Okay. Dr. Zoe, with respect to your pathology report, what are we looking at here?
Sure. We are looking at two stab wounds on the left side of his chest.
Okay. And with respect to letter A of your report, can you describe what letter A of your report / diagram refers to for this image?
Yes, it's referring to this injury here with the image label E.
And can you describe the wound for us, please?
Yes, I had described it as a stab wound to clarify the difference. I'll be describing the future, which is a stab wound versus a cutting wound. Stab wounds are deeper than they are long, and cutting wounds are longer than they are deep. So this first wound I'll be describing is a stab wound that was on the lateral meaning the side, and left side of the upper chest.
Did you get to determine from the top of the head how far down this wound was?
15 inches below the top of the head.
Okay, and how many inches to the anterior midline?
And it was 9 3/4 inches to the left of the midline.
Okay, were you able to determine the wound path?
Yes, it went front. When I describe these are in anatomic positions, such as what you see in the diagram, which means that the person is lying flat on the table with his hands face up. So in terms of that, the wound was front to back, left to right, and upward.
When you say upward, what do you mean by that?
So it means directionally. Upward would be the direction towards the head.
Okay. Looking at the diagram on the wall, can you show us which one we're looking at here?
Sure. This one right here.
Okay. And so a knife, if it were to cause this wound, when you say upward, the knife would be entering the skin, going upward towards the head?
That is correct.
Okay. And with respect to that same letter of the report, is this 6650, is this just a measurement of label E referring to A of your report?
Yes, it's a zoomed in photo with a scale.
Do you know approximately how much penetration this wound had?
Yes, I had described it as 1 1/4 inches.
And let's go to wound B of your report. And so wound B, what does that correlate to on the body?
Yes, I labeled it as a stab wound of the lateral. Once again, lateral means the side, left side of the mid chest.
Okay. And so do you see, and what label do you have?
F.
F. Do you see F on 6645?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you point with your laser pointer? Okay. You're starting circling towards the middle of the image. Can you point to the diagram which label we're referring to? Okay. And that would be B of the diagram.
That is correct.
And with respect to this wound, how many inches approximately from the top of the head did this wound have?
17 inches.
And to the anterior midline, can you describe that?
9 inches to the left of the anterior midline.
Okay. And what about the penetration?
The depth of penetration was measured to be 1 1/4 inches.
What about the wound path?
It went front to back, left to right, and upward.
Okay. Similar to letter E or letter A of the diagram?
That is correct.
Okay. And the wound measurements themselves, did wound E and F corresponding to A and B, were those wound measurements similar?
In which measurement could you specify?
Meaning the actual wound measurement itself, were those similar in measurement?
Yes, they were both 7/8 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. Showing 6649, is this an up close image of label F on the body?
Yes.
And let's move on to letter C of the report. What label would letter C be on the body?
A Q.
Okay. Do you see Q in 6685 here?
Yes, right here.
Okay, you're referring to sort of towards the head?
Yes, the top of the back.
Okay. Can you identify in the diagrams behind you, where do you see label C of your report, label Q of your body?
Yes, right here, once again on the top right side of the diagram of his back.
Okay. And how much from the top of the head was this one from?
9 inches.
And what about the posterior midline?
8 inches to the right.
Can you describe for us, when I say anterior midline and posterior midline, what am I referring to?
The anterior means the front of your body and the posterior means the back of your body.
Okay. What about midline?
Midline just means the center.
So when you are saying a certain number of inches left or right, are you referring to inches right or left of the midline? Is that what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, this wound, do you know the wound measurement?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was 1.5 inches long and 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. What about the wound path? Did you have anything remarkable at the wound path for this particular wound?
No, except that injured the skin and the underlying soft tissue.
Okay. Now, let's move on to D of your report. What label on the body is D of your report?
R.
R. Okay. Do you see R in 6685 here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, in 6685, how many wounds are next to the blue sticker that says R?
2.
Okay. So when we say R, is that referring to both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify where R would be on the diagram, please?
Yes, right here.
And with respect to label R, how from the top of the head, can you describe the distance?
10 3/4 inches below the top of the head.
And how about the posterior midline?
8 3/4 inches to the right.
To label R, how from the top of the head, can you describe the distance?
10 3/4 inches below the top of the head.
And how about the posterior midline?
8 3/4.
And what about the wound measurement itself?
They were approximately 1 inch long and 1/8 an inch wide.
Okay. What about did you have a penetration depth of this one?
Yes, up to 1 inch.
Now let's move on to E. What label do you have on the body with E?
P.
And you see that in 6685?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what about the diagram behind you?
Yes, right here.
With E of the report, P on the body, how many inches from the top of the head?
13 inches.
And what about from the posterior midline?
2 to the left.
What about the wound measurement?
It was 1 1/8 inches long and 1/16 inch wide.
Okay. Question about how they look. Does the nature of the shape of it, is that significant when you're examining a wound? Versus if it's circular, if it's oval, is that significant?
It can be, but not necessarily. In this case, the wounds either stretch or look compressed depending on the natural folds of the skin.
Okay. And with E of the report, P of the body, what was the penetration depth?
1 3/4 inch.
And just showing you 66, 68. Is this the same wound we were just referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to F. F is which label?
F are these 4 wounds here that I had labeled S, T, and U.
Okay. And then, do you see the corresponding labels of the body here?
Yes.
Okay. Are they in the center of the image?
Yes.
This is referring to 6664 of the image. From the top of the head, how far down were these wounds?
Approximately 17 inches.
And what about from the posterior midline?
6.5 inches to the right.
And an approximate measurement of the wounds themselves?
The length was from 1 to 1.5 inches and 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. Were you able to determine penetration depth on any of these?
Yes, 3.5. It was up to 3.5 inches.
Okay. With respect to these particular wounds, was there anything remarkable with the internal examination?
Yes.
And can you explain those, please?
It had injured the rib cage and it had injured the right lung.
Okay. All right. Do you recall whether the lung, what type of wound the lung sustained?
Yes, a sharp force injury.
And this is 6665. Do you see label T on here as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see another label here as well? That's easily visible. Is W in here?
Yes.
Okay. So let's do this actually. Before we get to W, 6671, are we looking at S and T here?
Yes, and U as well.
And U, thank you. Now, letter G on your report, what label does that correspond to?
W.
Okay. And with W, can you identify in the diagram where we would see W?
Yes, these 3 wounds right here.
Okay. And in 6670, do you see W here?
Yes, I do.
And how many inches from the top of the head were these wounds?
Excuse me, 21.5 inches.
Okay, what about from the posterior midline?
5 inches to the right.
And did you determine a penetration depth?
Yes, up to 3.5 inches.
Was there anything remarkable with your examination of the internal examination?
Yes, it had injured the rib cage as well as the liver.
Okay. Could you determine what type of wound the liver sustained?
A sharp force injury.
Okay. Was it a significant wound?
Well, all wounds can be significant, but wounds that injure organs such as the lung and the liver can cause rapid blood loss.
Understood. Now, let's move on to letter H. Letter H on your report and the diagram refers to what label?
V.
V as in boy?
V as in Victor.
Victor. My apologies. That would be... Apologize, I'm going to have to jump around with these images. Do you see in image 6667 label V?
Yes.
Okay, and approximately from the top of the head, how many inches down?
20.25 inches.
And from the posterior midline?
2.5 to the left.
One moment, please. Okay, and with the wound measurement, were you able to determine that?
Yes, it was 1 1/8 inch long and 1/8 inch wide.
What about a penetration depth?
2.5 inches.
Okay. Thank you. And was label V or H of your report, was there anything remarkable within the internal examination?
Yes, it had injured the left lung.
Okay. And was this separate injury from the previous injury you were referring to from the lung?
Yes, that was on the right lung.
Understood. This was the left lung?
That is correct.
Understood. Let's move on to I. Okay, I would be what label does I on your report refer to?
X.
Okay, do you see X in 6666?
Yes.
Okay, can you identify with the diagram where we would see it? Middle of the back there?
Yes, the left side of the middle of the back.
Okay. From the top of the head, what is the measurement from the top of the head in inches?
24 inches below the top of the head.
Okay. And from the posterior midline?
5 inches to the left.
One moment, please. And do you have a wound measurement for this one?
Yes. It was 1 3/8 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay, and what about a penetration depth?
Up to 3 inches.
And was there anything, when I say remarkable, can you explain what do I mean when I say remarkable?
Yes, some of the wounds only injured the skin and the soft tissue, while every injury can be fatal. Some wounds, if they injure, say, an organ, they can cause more rapid blood loss.
Is the term remarkable or unremarkable a kind of a medical terminology that doctors tend to use in general, more or less? I'll withdraw the question. Now, this was X. Next would be J on your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what label would J correspond to?
Y.
Y. All right. Image 6669, do you see label Y?
Yes.
Okay. And with this one, how many inches from the top of the head did you measure?
27.5 inches.
And from the posterior midline?
2 1/4 to the right.
And were you able to determine a penetration depth for this wound?
Up to 1 3/4 inches.
Now, with this particular wound, was there anything remarkable for the internal examination? Or nothing notable?
I had just listed that it had injured the skin and the soft tissues.
Thank you. And next we have letter K. My apologies, I don't believe I asked you. J would refer to where the diagram?
Here on the right side of the mid back.
Okay.
Or lower back, excuse me.
Letter K is letter K refers to which wounds on the body? What label?
A.
Okay, do you see A here? Little off frame. Is it to the left of 6629?
Yes.
And with K, is label A and referring to both of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you measure these wounds differently from the others? Were these wounds measured not from the top of the head, but from the shoulder?
Yes.
Okay, from the shoulder, from the right shoulder that we see, how many inches down?
1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder.
Okay, what about the wound measurements?
They were 1 1/4 inches long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. With these wounds, were you able to determine a wound path?
Yes.
And what was that?
Front to back, right to left, and downwards. Downward meaning towards the foot.
Okay. I'm going to go back real quickly to the previous wound J or label Y. Did you have a wound path for this one as well?
Yes, I had wrote slightly back to front, right to left, and downward.
Okay. All right. Oh, and then now 6636. Is this another image of label A?
Yes.
And in this particular image, it looks like, is that your hand with the glove?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What's the purpose of the pinching?
So when I measure the wounds, when I describe the width, in the report I write after reapproximation. So I typically pinch it to try to best describe the actual width of the injury.
I see. And that's what's being reflected in 6636?
Correct.
Okay. All right. One moment, please. Now, next we have is letter L. Is that correct? On your report?
Yes.
Okay. Letter L refers to which letter on the body?
Label N.
N as in Nancy.
Correct. N as in Nancy.
My apologies. This is the only letter I didn't document an image number, so bear with me here, okay?
Sure.
There we go. Okay. So with respect to letter N on the body, L on your report, do you see letter N on 6680?
Yes.
Okay. And you're circling towards the right of the image. Can you identify in the diagram where letter L would be?
Yes, it's on the lateral side of the right arm or on the side of the right arm.
Okay, and just to summarize, just reiterate, the green next to that letter is corresponding to the blue marker.
Correct.
So with label N on the image, from the top of the right shoulder, you measured how many inches down?
3 3/4 inch.
And the wound measurement was what?
1.5 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay, and what about the penetration depth?
Up to 3 inches.
Okay, and was there anything notable or remarkable with the internal examination with this particular wound, or no?
I just wrote that injured the skin and the underlying soft tissues.
Okay. Next, we have letter M as in Mary. What label do you have for M?
O.
Okay. Do you see O in 6679?
Yes.
Okay. And on the diagram, where would M be?
Right. 1.5 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. And what about the penetration depth?
Up to 3 inches.
Okay. And was there anything notable or remarkable with the internal examination with this particular one, or no?
I just wrote that injured the skin and the underlying soft tissues.
Okay. Next, we have letter M as in Mary. What label do you have for M?
O.
Okay. Do you see O in 6679?
Yes.
And on the diagram, where would M be?
Right here on the back of the right, back and towards the center of the right arm.
And with this particular wound, how many inches below the right shoulder is this particular wound?
5 1/4.
And what was the wound measurement?
It was 3 inches long, and once again, I reapproximate, so I squeeze it together. And it was approximately 1/4 inch wide.
Okay. Were you able to determine a penetration depth?
Up to 2.5 inches.
Next, we have N as in Nancy, and N refers to which label on the body?
B.
You're circling on the diagram showing the front. Is that the right arm, the diagram?
Correct.
And does label B of the body refer to more than one wound?
Yes, 3 stab wounds.
Okay. And in image 6629, is that what we're seeing here?
Yes.
And with these wounds, approximately how many inches from the top of the right shoulder were these wounds?
8.
And what were the approximate wound measurements?
They range from 1/2 inch to 1 1/4 inches long by 1/8 inch wide.
What was the penetration depth?
2 1/4 inches.
Show you 6642. Is this an image with the, I guess, the measuring card intact?
Yes, with the scale.
Thank you. All right, now we're on to letter O. On your report is
what label on the body does letter O correspond to?
C.
Okay, so O, are you circling the O in on the diagram?
Right here.
Is that the back of the right arm on the diagram?
Yes.
And 6640, do you see label C on the bottom?
Yes.
And with respect to label C, approximately how many inches below the top of the right shoulder was this wound?
11.
And the wound measurement was how much?
2.5 inch long by 1/4 inch wide.
And were you able to determine a penetration depth?
1.5 inches.
Thank you. Next we have P, is that correct?
Yes.
And P refers to what label on the bottom?
D as in dog.
Okay. And you're circling the right front forearm on the diagram, is that correct?
Correct.
And in image 6639, you see label D.
Yes.
And with D, how many inches below the top of the right shoulder?
19.
You identify this as a V-shaped cutting wound. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, rather than it typically going straight in or horizontal or perpendicular across the arm, it came at angles, so it made more of a V-shaped to the wound.
Just so I understand correctly, when you say a V-shaped, are you referring to the blade would enter twice?
No, I'm just describing what the wound looked like.
Basically, this image would be what you identify as a V.
Correct.
And what's peeled back, is that skin?
Yes.
The wound measurement was how much? For label D of the body?
Yes, sorry. It was 1.5 inches long and 1/2 inch wide.
Okay. Were you able to determine a penetration depth?
1/8 inch.
Okay. Next we have Q, and Q refers to what wound?
It refers to the labels on M and L.
Okay. Is image 6655 the wound we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Now we don't see a sticker here, but is that label M of the bottom?
Yes.
Showing you 6657, you now see the label M.
Yes.
And also, now Q, we had label M, and was there also label L?
Correct.
So 6658, is that also corresponding to Q of your report?
Yes.
Can you identify with the diagram? You're circling the
Back of the right hand and the front of the right hand.
And this particular wound, going to 6655 and 6656, can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yes, it's a metal rod that I had inserted through the hand.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that rod?
It's to show that the wound path connects from the front to the back of the hand.
And this particular wound was a through and through stab wound, is that correct?
Yes, it's consistent with a through and through stab wound.
Okay, and are you able to identify which particular finger was closest to?
The fourth finger?
Would that be the ring finger?
That is correct.
And from the top of the right shoulder, approximately how much down?
27.5 inches.
And the wound of label N measured approximately how much?
1.25 inches long by 1/16 inch wide.
Was there anything remarkable? Was there anything surrounding this particular wound label N that was significant for you?
Yes, there was a bruise that was 1.5 inches by 1.5 by 1/2 inch big.
Okay. And then going to 58, label L, which is still Q, what was the closest finger that you identified with?
The middle finger.
And this particular wound, what was the measurement for this particular?
It was 1¼ inches long by about 1/16 inch wide.
And from the top of the right shoulder, what about this one?
26½ inches.
And I know it's a through and through wound, but were you able to determine approximate penetration depth?
1 inch.
Now we have letter R. Is that next on your report?
Yes.
And what label does letter R refer to?
G.
Okay. You're circling the front side of the left shoulder area.
The front side of the left arm.
Image 6653. Do you see label G from the bottom?
Yes.
And this particular wound from the top of the left shoulder measured how many inches?
6 inches below the top of the left shoulder.
Okay. And the wound measurement itself?
It was 1/2 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Was there anything remarkable about the surrounding area that you noted?
Yes, there was a purple bruise up to 3/8 inch around it.
This particular wound, did you identify this as the through and through as well? In connection with another wound?
Yes, it could be a through and through wound injury of the next injury listed.
Which is injury S.
That is correct.
Okay, when you say through and through wound, is that, can you describe that correctly?
It just means there was a wound path that connected from one stab wound to another stab wound.
Is that similar to what we saw with label L and M of the right hand?
Yes.
Okay. So with this particular, we were on R, now we're going to go to letter S of your report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what label did you assign letter S of your report to the body, the corresponding body?
H.
Okay, and we have 6633 in this here. Do you see label H?
Yes, I do.
Okay. From the top of the left shoulder, how many inches below the top left shoulder did you determine?
6¼
And what was the wound measurement?
1 inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Okay. And the wound path for this particular wound, were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was that?
Back to front, left to right, and slightly upward.
And an approximate penetration depth of how much?
3 inches.
Can you identify in the diagram where we see letter S, please?
On the side of the left arm.
Okay, and this particular wound on the diagram, is this the through and through wound for letter R on the other side, in the back of the diagram? Is that correct? Or is R on the front?
Yes.
Okay. Those two are the through and through you're referring to, is that?
Yes, they were consistent with a through and through as there was a wound path in between.
Okay. So this was 6633, and then we get 6654. Is this labeled H of the body that we're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the pole. Is this the same type of scenario you're referring to with the hand?
That is correct.
Is this to refer to through and through when you're identifying?
Yes.
Next is T. Is that correct on the report?
Yes.
And T refers to which label?
I.
Okay. Do you see label I in 6633?
Yes.
Okay. And from the top of the left shoulder, how many inches below the top of the left shoulder did you measure?
8 3/4.
And the wound measurement itself?
1¼ inch long by 1/8 inch wide.
Did this also have a wound path as well?
Yes, I wrote the direction was back to front, left to right, and upward.
And the penetration depth, please?
Up to 1¾ inches.
And so there's 2 more wounds in your report, is that correct?
Correct.
Letter U refers to which label on the body?
J.
Okay. And this also is reflected in 6633?
Yes.
And label J of the body, can you identify where J would be on the diagram, please?
Yes, right here on the side of the left forearm.
Now label J of the body from the top of the left shoulder. How many inches below the top of the left shoulder?
14.5.
And the wound measurement?
It was 2¼ inches long and 1/8 inch wide.
And the penetration depth?
Up to 1½ inches.
Was there anything remarkable with internal examination for this particular one?
Yes, it had fracture the left radius, which is a bone on your forearm that leads from your elbow to the side of your thumb.
Is that with a typical knife wound that would penetrate a forearm like this, is it common for the radius bone to be broken in that, or does that require extra force at all?
To fracture a bone would require more force than to just simply enter the skin.
And with respect to the wound path for this, what was the wound path for this?
Yes, it was back to front, left to right, and upward.
And then the last letter of your report is letter V as a Vicar.
Yes.
What label do you identify with V?
It is label K, which is on the front side of the left forearm.
And do we see letter K in 6652?
Yes.
And letter K, or label K here, approximately how many inches below the top of the left shoulder?
19 inches.
What was the wound measurement?
3/4 inch long and 1/8 inch wide.
What about the penetration depth?
3 inches.
And did you have a wound path for this particular one?
It went front to back and downwards.
Now I'm going to show you just a few more images here. (6659). Is this a kind of an image taken of more of the whole back area representing multiple wounds?
Yes.
And do these depict a number of the wounds you just recently testified on?
Yes.
And does this basically summarize more or less the diagram behind it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Move on to 6662. Does 6662 represent a collection of wounds that you recently testified to?
Yes.
How about 6663?
Yes.
And we already got 6664, but just in case, is this a collection of wounds as well?
Yes.
6665?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please. And I'm going to show you just a couple more, and then we're almost done. 6590. Was this more of the left side of the body when you prior to doing the measurements?
Yes.
And 659.
352.
Well, I mean, you're almost done. It would be 352, but if you got one or two, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm almost done.
Yeah.
I got 3 more.
Okay, that's fine.
6592.
Yes.
The last two here. Six, 597.
Yes.
The last one is going to be 6611.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to take the images off for now. I'm going to ask you some questions here, okay? Okay. Now, just to clarify, these are not all of the images that you're familiar with the autopsy. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other images that reflect more of the external examination?
Yes.
And are there other images that reflect the internal examination?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to show you the internal at this time. So I'm going to show you exhibit 37 here.
These more autopsy photos?
This is the gold.
Oh, okay. The knife's 34.
No, this is
Oh, a doll.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
34 was the actual. This is
Like a replica. Correct.
So I'm trusting that what was represented was gold. All right, so we have exhibit 37 here. Now, with blue tape on here, this is to reflect that this is a dulled knife, okay? Taking this knife, if you can grab the knife from here, can you examine exhibit 37, please? And can you let me know, is this a knife that is consistent with, capable of producing the wounds that we just recently talked about?
Yes, it's consistently.
Okay. And is there anything that you need to elaborate on that examination, or is it based on your visual observations?
Visual.
And is that also consistent with the measurements of the wounds that you're able to make that determination?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, back in February of 2025, approximately, were you asked to review a scene photo by someone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And my understanding is 7339. Yes. This is not, excuse me, this will be a scene photo of Central Park with park over, but I still.
Let's just go audio only. I don't know.
Just one image.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem. Thank you for the notes.
Are you using the computer or the electric? Computer. Okay. Okay. Showing 7339. Does this image look familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the same image you were asked to review back in February of 2025?
Yes, I was asked to review. Well, I was asked to review photos of the seating on the
park bench.
Okay. And with respect to this particular image, based on the positioning of, for hypothetical here, let's assume this is Mr. Brown, okay? Based on the injuries that you observed, were those injuries capable of being produced with somebody, with him seated like this?
It would be inconsistent with some of the injuries.
Okay. And why is that?
He had multiple injuries on his back that were horizontal, and to his back was the park bench, which had vertical slits.
Okay. And is it significant because the park bench is also metal? Does that also play a role in your opinion?
Yes.
Now, for the sake of the hypothetical, you see a backpack here.
Yes.
If we were to assume that he were to be sleeping on the backpack, right, head on the backpack, would the injuries, if he's lying down, be consistent with, for example, the back injuries? So if he's lying down, let's say the head is lying down on the backpack, based on your recollection of the back injuries and the front injuries, would it be more consistent with Mr. Bro lying down in that manner?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now, to be fair, is it fair to say you weren't there?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just your generalized opinion based on your examination of the body?
Yes.
So based on, now, is it also fair to say that there were significant injuries to the left arm?
Yes.
If the left arm were, so if we have the back, let me rephrase this. The gears are turning in my head, I'm trying to phrase it right. Okay. So if he's sleeping on his left side, is it likely that the injuries for his left side would have been occurring if he's sleeping on his left side?
You mean, to clarify, you mean his head is sleeping on the backpack and then the front of his body is facing towards the back of the bench? Yes, it could be.
Now, what about the hand wound? The hand wound, do you know approximately how many bones are in the palm of the hand?
I don't currently remember on the top of my head.
Okay. Now, with the hand wound, that was a through and through wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does the hand wound itself require greater force to penetrate the bones of the hand, or is it the same to your understanding?
To clarify, in comparison to what?
The torso.
What?
To the torso.
Well, if it penetrated a bone, it would need more force than if it just penetrated skin and soft tissue.
Now, we talked about fracture. Is a fracture considered a break?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how much force itself? I know we talked about more force, but how much more force is needed to break a bone?
No, I don't know the exact amount of physical force.
Okay. But based on the injuries that you've seen, the wounds that you've seen, is it, I know you weren't there, but does it seem more likely that the wounds were consistent with someone sleeping? Head down.
Foundation sustained.
Now, based on all you've seen, the wounds that you've seen, are you able to determine a cause of death?
multiple sharp force injuries.
And when you say multiple sharp force injuries, can you describe what you mean by that?
There were multiple stab wounds and cutting wounds that led to death.
Now, with respect to the wounds themselves, I know you examined all the wounds and you gave us, I guess, a sequential number of letters. Do those letters represent the order of the wounds, or is it just your observations of them?
It's just for organization.
I apologize if I already asked this, but how many stab/cutting wounds did Mr. Rowe have?
31.
Do you recall letter O of the body? Do you recall that? I believe it's the arm. It was labeled O in the blue.
Yes.
You remember it was a big gaping hole?
Yes.
Can you describe the significance of that? Why would that be different than the other ones?
Yeah. Once again, it depends on how the lines of your skin kind of fold. So if the wound was inflicted parallel to the lines of your skin, they look more narrow. But if they're inflicted, say, perpendicular or at a 90-degree angle towards the folds to the lines of your skin, then your skin will stretch out when you relax.
I see. And is that what seems to have happened here?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then just to clarify, through and through wound is basically entering one side and exiting the other?
Correct.
Okay. Now, almost done here. With respect to Mr. Bro that you examined, do you recall approximately how tall he was and how much he weighed?
Yeah, he was 248 pounds and 6 feet and 1 inch tall.
Okay, so 6'1"?
Yes,
And in inches, that'd be 73 inches?
that is correct.
Do you recall determine whether he was malnourished, well-nourished?
Referring to my report, he was well nourished.
When you say well-developed, what does that signify?
It means he appears like many of us, like a normal human being. He doesn't have significant developmental abnormalities that are obvious.
Okay. And just to summarize here, based on your comprehensive examination of your body, were essentially all the wounds from the neck to the waist, more or less, including the arms?
Yes, they were on the torso, which is the chest, abdomen, back, and both arms.
Okay, so you didn't notice any wounds on the head or below the waist?
Correct.
One moment, please. One moment, please. All right. No further questions?
Great, that was a direct examination of Dr. Zoe and Mr. Hutchinson. Cross?
I have no questions.
No cross? Okay, Dr. Zoe, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate it, and have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Keon, we don't need these exhibits anymore, is that correct?
That was just for Dr. Zoe.
Exactly, so let's take those down. And then, Mr. Keon, do you have, Mr. Demora or Keon, do you have a witness ready?
Yes, people call Amen Yanata.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you for doing that, counsel, appreciate it.
Since there's tape, is that okay?
This way. Okay, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Come on in, if you would, and thank you for being here today. Would you stand at this podium right here? Thank you. How are you today?
I'm good.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to ask the clerk to give you an oath, and after you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat here and stand. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now coming before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Sorry, could you please repeat
Yeah,
that?
if you could just state your full name and spell your last name.
Sure. My full name is Aman Ganapathy Manvatira, and my last name is ManVaTtira.
R.
IRA, yeah.
Judge, can I get the full spelling of the name?
Right, yeah, your first name.
Aman Ganapathy, which is AMAN, then there's a space, and then GANAPATHY.
Great, thank you. So how do you pronounce your last name?
Manvatira.
Manvatira?
Manvatira.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. Demar, direct
Thank you, Your
exam.
Honor. And good afternoon. A little nervous today?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll take it slow and things that I ask that you don't know, let us know. If I ask something that you don't understand, let us know as well. So I'll start with questions. Mr. Hutchinson may have questions for you as well, okay? All right, and since this is not how we normally communicate, we'll have to do yes or no answers for Madam Court Reporter over here. So if I correct you, I'm not trying to interject or be rude. So how old are you?
24.
What do you do right now for a living? Are you a student or are you working?
I work as a software engineer.
Have you graduated from college?
Yes.
Where did you go to college?
I did my undergrad at UC Davis and my master's at UCLA.
UC Irvine?
UCLA,
When did you graduate from UC Davis?
2023.
Did you know and have a friend named Kareem Abdul-Najim?
Yes.
How long did you two know each other?
About 2 to 3 years or so.
So met maybe your freshman or sophomore year in college?
Sophomore year.
Sophomore year. Were the two of you in the same major? Were you in the same school at UC, the same college at UC Davis?
The same college, slightly different majors, but lots of overlap.
How often did the two of you see each other?
Almost every day.
Okay, you have classes together and then outside of school, you guys would hang out and spend time together?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about 2023. Was Kareem one of your closest friends?
Yes.
And I'll show you a picture. It will People's Exhibit 109. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize this?
I'm in the photograph, just cropped out.
Is that your hand off to the left right there?
Yes.
And who is this in the photograph?
Kareem.
And do you know what date this photo is from?
The 29th of April, 2023.
Where was this photograph taken?
The undergraduate research conference at UC Davis.
So as you mentioned, you were in that photograph, the uncropped version of it. So did you spend all or part of April 29th, 2023 with Kareem?
A part of it, yes.
All right, so that day, we just focus on April 29th. When did you first see him?
Roughly around noon.
And where were you?
Wellman Hall at UC Davis.
Which hall?
Wellman Hall at UC Davis. That's where I met him that day.
Do you know how he got there?
He biked.
And is biking something that Kareem would usually do to get from point A to point B?
Yes.
You remember what type of bike he had?
I can't recall off the top of my head right now.
You remember what color?
It's been a few years, unfortunately.
Remember if it was a mountain bike or a cruiser?
I'm afraid I'm not too familiar with the kinds of bikes.
That's okay. So you meet on campus. Where did you guys go from there?
So the undergraduate research conference was at Wellman Hall. So we were there for a few hours. And then we left to Sacramento. And we spent some time in Sacramento, and then we came back to Davis, where I was dropped off at my place.
And why did you go to Sacramento?
We just finished presenting at the undergraduate research conference, and we thought it went pretty well. So we wanted to celebrate by getting a bite to eat.
And was it just the two of you, or were there other people?
There were two other people,
Who were those individuals?
Sophia Towson and Ashley Bilbrey.
And so the four of you went to Sacramento, and you came back. Did the four of you stay together? Did you go separate ways?
They dropped me off at my apartment roughly around 6:30 p.m. or so on that day.
And is that the last time that you saw Kareem in person?
Yes.
Do you know where he was going?
They just mentioned that they would head downtown for a bit.
And did you believe that to be downtown Davis?
Yes.
And were you the only one of the group of four that did not go downtown?
Yes, as far as I know.
At that point, do you know if Kareem's bike was still where you had first seen him? Or excuse me, you know if Kareem's bike was still on campus where you met at Bowman Hall?
I know that it was still on campus, but I can't say for sure it was exactly where he left, like where he brought it to Wellman Hall.
So I guess my question would be, from the time you saw him arrive at Bowman Hall, and the two of you met, to the time that you got dropped off at your apartment, you had never seen him go back and get the bike, correct?
Yes.
He didn't bring it with him to Sacramento.
No, he did not.
So on April 29th, the last time you saw Kareem in person was around, I think 6:30, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear from him either like directly or in another setting anytime later that evening?
Indirectly, he sent a message on a shared Discord group.
What's Discord?
A social media application.
Is that one of those social media applications where you can group text similar to text message, but it's just an application?
Yes, you can create servers where groups of people can chat on different threads.
About what time was that, you said?
Roughly around 8:25 is when I saw that message from him.
8:25 p.m.?
Yes, sorry.
Is that when it was sent or when you saw it?
That was when it was sent.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson?
I have no question.
No cross. Okay, sir, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, that takes us to the end of our work today, to the jury. And I have just a minute, so I wanted to give you just an advisement now that you're a couple days into evidence and learning about, some of you've done jury service before, but learning about it. And I don't want you to feel daunted by tracking all the evidence. And you just have to do your best and do it in good faith. Know this, that when this case goes into the deliberation room, here's what you're going to have. You're going to have copies of jury instructions. You're going to have access to all the exhibits that are admitted. You will be able to ask the court reporter to read back any testimony. You will have your own personal notes, and you will have your fellow jurors. This will happen after closing arguments by the lawyers and after I've read those legal instructions to you. So when right now you're just listening to evidence, you're taking it in, and you're going to have a point in time when you go into deliberations to piece it all together. That's how it works. So I know if you haven't done this before, it can be a little overwhelming on what's the pace of this and so forth. Right now, focus, take it in, know that there's so many things coming that is going to provide a structure for your final work. So I just wanted to give you a peace of mind on that. So let's do this. Next week is a full week. And so Monday's June 1st. And I want to start Monday at 10 o'clock. Normally we start at 9:30, but Monday is going to be 10 o'clock. And it'll be 10 to 4:30, a regular day, other than we're going to start 30 minutes late. All right. So the other thing is, just to give you an advisement, there's no need to obviously you can't research, you can't discuss, you're not forming any hard opinions, but there's no need to think about this case when you're not here. That keeps you fresh for when you are here. So if you dwell on it and so forth, if you find yourself doing that, it's not necessary. You don't need to do that. Don't take it home with you, right? So when you come here, you give it everything you have and be fresh for it, okay? So that's just another tip on how to do jury service. All right, I think we're set. So leave your IDs, your badges, and your notepads pinned down, and I'll see you ready to start at 10 o'clock on Monday. Thank you, everyone, for your service today. Thank you. Off record.
Okay, so it looks like they won't be back in until 10 o'clock on Monday. Gosh, that's a lot. So they really don't, they get to take notes. They get to, they get transcripts read back to them. They get a lot. That's like amazing. Like that I've never been in a trial where they can read back transcripts. Oh man. Yeah, so that's different. That's very interesting, to say the least. So let's see here. We have for the jury. So that'll work, because we'll be into closing statements with our Retrial trial. Just so you guys are aware, and we will I'll probably premiere today's testimony for this one. It wasn't a lot. It was less than 4 hours of testimony. 4 hours of actual testimony and court testimony today. So I'll probably premiere that. I do got to go in here and blur out the part where they, unfortunately showed the victim's body. I don't want that on there, out of respect for the family. So I'm gonna go back and blur that out real quick. So I'm blur that out, and then I'll premiere it for people that did not get to see the testimony that we did get to see today. for this case. Yeah, it wasn't long at all. 1, 2, 3, yeah, like about 4 hours. We only been online for about 4 hours. I think the judge is cool. I think he giving up a lot of information. He doesn't want this to be a hung jury. So I think he is really, really trying to ensure that everything is going along okay, ensure that the jury is comfortable. He's trying to move things along. Like I heard earlier, he like, when he was asking like credentials for a person, he was like, can we stipulate to this? So it seemed like he's trying to move things along. And it looks like we are, I hate to say it that way. It looks like we are kind of past our first victim. At least I don't know how, and we only been in the case for what? Today is day 2 or 3. No, today is day 2. So not bad, huh? Yeah, it seems that way. It seems like he is kind of like, I'm gonna let you know exactly what's going on, how it's gonna happen, and everything. So you say transcripts is huge, yeah. So they get transcripts and everything. I'm like, wow, oh we. So hopefully we can keep it going just this way that is doing it. So I think that my plan. So I think my plan for the weekend is we are going to, I think we may do, we supposed to do some of this Sharilla the killer, the certified killer from the Melilla. I want to know, like, y'all sent the Jason got the little text, so we'll see. Oh my gosh, she got so many text messages. Like well, she a teen, so that's what they do. So oh my goodness. If anybody know anything about Sweet Pea, I do not like really texting. First of all, I be having way too many typos because my fingers are too fat. And second of all, I think with text messaging conversations like get lost. Like I don't like texting a person at 2:00 and I have to wait till 5:00 for an answer. Like, I don't know if I like that. So I don't even like starting with texting. You said, wait a minute, I can't see it. Wait a minute. Like 38,000 or something. No, it's like 90. Oh my goodness. Therapist, I tell you, it's like over 90,000 messages between them two. I'm talking about between the both of them. Me and Jason is not doing 90,000 messages. That's what I can tell y'all. We'll start in the month of July. Just for shit and giggles, okay? So we'll probably start in the month of July and see how many we can get through on the stream and go through the rest of the stuff. And I do want to watch her sentencing. I have never watched her sentencing. All I seen was the clips that we seen from the crash. So I do want to watch that. I did see her appeal stuff. Yeah. I did want to see yeah, it's overnight. Oh my gosh, like for fuck's sake, like who does that? I did want to see and I was asking in the chat. I'll watch it because I wanted to kind of get his take on it, because when I was watching other people that have a different point of view in regards to this. Like some people really think, some people, she does have supporters and they believe that it was actually it was not a redrum. And so, I can get the brain picking. And I wanted to kind of see what other people. I know I've seen some things that I think it's I want to say crime. One of the I think it's Crime Circus, maybe, or Crime Circus, I believe. Put on his channel in regards to his thoughts on it. So I don't know. And the way it comes out, Crime Circus, and the way it's coming out, it kind of, I don't know, because I was thinking that she never had like this blackouts, like this pods thing or whatever it is, pots. But from what I can see, she had been mentioning these blackouts all the way back to 2020. I found the first one, at least between her and Dom. I ain't checking none of the other messages. So I find that interesting. It's just ways things are presented to you. Yeah, I prefer phone calls. I prefer talking. Yep, just Sean Rock. Yep, I definitely prefer talking. Yeah, we definitely don't want nobody to giggle and shit. or you can, but yeah, but I just about said I prefer text to phone calls. Yeah, I just yeah, I can't do my fingers. The text messaging is always typos, like, and it's like, as smart as I think this iPhone should be, it's like it's really stupid to me, because like it should be able to know the correct. It's like the spell check is worse. Like it's like it's defeating the purpose for me. So yeah. You want a divorce? Well, damn. Oh God. Well, I want to know, therapist, what did the lawyer say? Well, no. Well, that's what I want to know. What did he say? I haven't looked at his thing, but I want to know what he said. Oh, yay. That is so exciting, Chris. That is so worth it. They love kitty cats. This is a kitty cat community, baby. Put your picture up in Discord. They're going to fall in love. You go back and okay, so he evaluates DeLorean. Okay. So what does that mean? Does that mean that is he saying that it should be something different? Is all I'm asking. Like, that is so awesome. You have to put a picture in there because they gonna fall in love. Especially SD and film. Woo. Oh, that is awesome. I don't know that. So that's what I want to know. Like, is she guilty? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I won't say she's not guilty because I don't know if I want to get a divorce from you just yet. You said that she didn't have 36 prison things. Oh, that's so cute, just sharing. What kind of dog do you got? What kind of puppy do you have? You say 36 in 3 years. You said she done had 36 prison conduct reports since she went to prison. Well, I really just want everybody to. I'm gonna schedule a stream tomorrow. We'll read some of her text messages. And I really want to watch the hearing. I have not seen the full sentence, and I know y'all have. And the verdict, I have not seen any of that stuff. I mean, I've seen the clips on what is it called? The Crash. And then I went over there to oh gosh, I just subscribed to her channel. She with the let me see, because I don't want to get it wrong. Annie Elise. I went over there and I watched some of her videos, part 1 and part 2. And yeah, that's crazy because like that street that she was going down, like that street is so long, guys. I don't even think y'all realize how long that street is. And it ain't nothing over there. I've driven down there to go to something, a factory and stuff over there. It's like the back streets. That's the one thing that they're not telling you. It's like the back streets to get to a bigger main street. And it's taken very, like people use that, not taken, I shouldn't say that. It is utilized often. So you say her behavior will keep her there? On the totality of the evidence? Okay. Yeah, I think they would have did it either way because you got 2 lives that were lost, right? I mean, regardless of the fact, like, I guess that's where I kind of stand on it. You got 2 lives that were taken behind the wheel, whether she was intentional or not intentional. In my personal opinion, not, it's different when a person is up under the influence, right? And you like, okay, but regardless of the fact, these were 2 people, like precious cargo in her car. And unfortunately, even if it's an accident, yeah, you took 2 lives when you did whatever you did. So I'm okay with it. You say you have to admit. Oh, okay. I know that I don't know if they appealed it again, but I know I know her second appeal was denied. I downloaded that today. I went to go look at that, and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, this is all bad. Yeah, so maybe we'll get together for a couple hours tomorrow just to kind of watch that. I just want to be nosy. I've never seen it from the beginning to the end. So I'm like, I want to see. And I just don't know why they didn't stream this trial, because they did not stream it, okay? There's still another appeal. Yeah, when I went to go look, I couldn't see an opinion for it, but I did get the opinion for the last one. Yeah, they're just gonna keep filing appeal after appeal after appeal after appeal. It's so crazy because our team was 1 day late, and Judge Russo, through it was like, no, not even gonna rehash this stuff. Even if you got a legal basis, you was 1 day late. I'm done. Yeah. Yeah. So I want to watch it. So I'll put it on here so we can watch it tomorrow. Yeah, but you know the part about that, and I get that part, but I mean, because you got a bad, because your lawyer doesn't do your job, and just hear me out, guys. Just because your lawyer doesn't do their job, you can't do their job for them because you're not a lawyer. So, I mean, why? I don't know. Should she be punished because of the? I mean, because I'm pretty sure they PDs, right? I don't know. Yeah, and I know they represent her because she say ineffective counsel, because I think that's ineffective counsel if you know we want to appeal this and you didn't do it. Like, I think that's bad. Like, ineffective counsel. Like, she can't do it. I don't think she can. Maybe she could, but so she depending on her lawyer. She don't have access to the stuff, and I don't think. So I think that's kind of unfair that her lawyers might have messed that up for her. Another charge. She did another charge, Martina. Right. Yeah, yeah, justified. That's why I say, regardless of the fact, I think that she need to sit down for a while. Yeah, so we'll do that, and we'll listen to some of I guess the parade that the dad and the mama going on. I don't know. I just see a lot of things come through my timeline about interviews that the dad is giving, interviews that the mom is giving. I don't know what. I'm like, oh boy, but whatever it is, they just need to be quiet. They probably be down there at crime con with promotional flyers and stuff out. Oh man. You say you would rather see Sarah Boone free? Oh gosh. Not Sarah Boone. Well, I tell you, that must be bad. That must be bad. Oh, yeah, if you could find it, please, yeah, send it over here because I would love, and I mean absolutely love. And I'm surprised that Channel 3, the local news station down there, didn't cover it, or Channel 19 Action News, one of them. I mean, even if it's not gavel to gavel, I would love to like see some parts of the trial. And that's what I'm saying. I don't even know what the sentencing is like. I think the verdict, when I put it in a little package for us so I can know what stuff we gonna kind of watch. What kind of stuff I want to watch, because like I said, I have not seen it. I seen yeah, like they got all her phone calls. Wait a minute, where is it at? Oh, I thought I put it in my little package stuff. Maybe I didn't. I thought I put it in my little thing. Oh, no, here it goes. So the verdict was 26 minutes. Then I think the other part was like 40 minutes. The sentencing part was 40 minutes. And I'm assuming that's when everybody's speaking. Yeah, so I want to watch that. Let me see. Mackenzie Triller. Sentencing. I thought I had it in this thing. Shoot. Oh, it's 40 minutes. Here we go. Yeah, it's 40 minutes. Let me add it to my playlist so I can have all this stuff for tomorrow. So that's like 40 minutes. So like an hour. So I'm gonna see how much time Jason want to do for How much time he wants to do for the text messages. But I tell you, just when I looked at the first day, which is July the 2nd, 2022, because of course I'm not going back to 2020. Is it in that one thing? I'm gonna tell you how many text messages in one day. I had to think. I had to do a counter. I had to do some addition and subtraction because I was like, this is a lot of text messages. I think that it is a total of, it's like a total of 490 something text messages in one day. I mean, and these is not text messages talk about who seeing, what seeing, why seeing. Like these are not one word text messages. These text messages are ridiculous. Like they hold full-blown sentences and issues. Yeah, so we'll watch that tomorrow. Just so I can be nosy. I want to be nosy too. And after watching the crash, I was like, oh, real nosy. Hey, Frank, how's it going? I'm just waiting for Absolutely Criminal to do a Mackenzie music video like they did for Boom. Oh, boy. You got to listen to her mom about shit from her face hole in sentencing. I gotta see. Now I have if you want to send me any calls that you have seen, because the document that I got, it got like 20 hours worth of jail phone calls. I was like, it ain't no way. 20 hours? Yeah, that ain't gonna work for me at all. Not at all. And the bad part about all of this is that even though we going through this, she getting exactly what she requested. She getting exactly what she wanted in this whole thing. That's what's really like everybody talking about her. She all over social media. Like she getting exactly what she was trying to get. And when you think about it, so which I don't know. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, and I hope that she can benefit. Yeah, she getting attention, right? She getting exactly what she wanted. And yeah, she getting exactly what she wanted. Whether we wanted to give it to her or not. But I think it's, yeah, and her parents, and I guess they probably gonna make some. I'm sure they making money off of this too. Probably, I don't know, but I can imagine. So she getting the attention. Yeah, I'm not sure even how the Netflix thing went because it doesn't sound like everybody like the victims' families were really on it, but they are in the Netflix video, so I'm assuming that they did want to be on them, but I think that in the same token, they don't want her to profit from it. I don't know. Yeah, they thought they was slick with that mess that they was doing on the thing, like they was talking in code, like they some gangsters. Just yeah, right. Yeah, I did watch the Hulu document. I did watch that, the Mean Girls one. I did see that, and I know a lot of people say it didn't have like the Netflix didn't have that documentary, didn't have that stuff in there. But I won't spoil it. I won't say anything about it. where they joked about her Kenzie recurring dreams that she was in a helicopter when they were talking about nightmares. I have to look and see. Yeah, I know that they were trying to do something where they're trying to get a law passed in regards to her not getting anything, the DOMS law. And from my understanding, it is a reinvention of another law, but they want to extend it so it can go out to creators and things like that. So yeah, so I think that's what it was called. I think that's what they're trying to get up under, because I think right now the way the law is written in Ohio, I think she can, but they're trying to prevent that. So, but yeah, we'll get together tomorrow. Son of Sam law, yeah, they trying to change it to the DOMS law, and they're trying to make it more extensive so it covers internet people. I'll find some information and bring that to you guys tomorrow too. But definitely it should. Probably to her and her family, some of them. I'm assuming that they getting some too. Yeah, I'm assuming that they getting some too. Also, Just Shamrock. I think everybody gets some. They just don't want none to go to her, which is right. Like she said she got plans for when she get out. She don't know what y'all talking about, but she know what she talking about. Yeah. Yeah, the sister, she was talking about it. Okay. Yeah, the martyr. Yeah, Justify. Yeah, that's what I was seeing, that they were trying to pass something that was, to cover content creation and, TikTokers and all that type of stuff included in that law. Because right now, I don't think it has it in there. You said you read No Money Was Paid. I don't even know if it's really like no money is paid for that part. I don't take my word for it that something was paid. I just know that the family is just trying to block her profiting anything off of it. Any way, shape, form, or fashion. If it's a TikTok video or something, or I don't think they want her to get paid at all. It's so funny because the prison that she at is like especially from being out that way. And Sammy probably can relate to this. And Gabber, you in Ohio too, right? I think Gabber is in Ohio too. Marysville is like, okay, whoa. Like and just being able to relate to some of the streets and things. I know I can relate to some of exactly where it happened at. So it's just real weird. It was so funny because I was talking to my sister today and she like, yeah, that street is so long. And it is so long. I'm so surprised there's not more cameras, in that place. Because like I said, it's like industrial. So it's like, but people use it, and it's not like flat surfaces, because in Cleveland and in Ohio, they got salt on the snow. So it sometimes it can be a lot of potholes. It can be a lot of bumps. It can be a whole lot of something going on down that street. And I keep trying to think to myself, and yeah. Yeah, it's like 30 minutes from you. Yeah, it's not, everything around there is like, they sound like a frat house. I haven't listened to any of them. Yeah, the mama go want some of that money. Well, yeah, this would be good conversation for us tomorrow. I know that Crime Club is going to be opening up. So, guys, if you want to, I don't know what they're streaming tonight, but Crime Club will be up. And Adam, we will get together tomorrow and go over some of this. We'll watch. You can come watch with me. I don't know if you didn't watch before, and maybe, just maybe, me and the therapist, will not have a divorce tomorrow. I don't know. She may be writing up divorce papers tonight just in case I decided I want to jump on Mackenzie, the Skrilla, the certified killer side. Don't be writing up your divorce papers tonight. She might be writing up her divorce papers tonight because y'all know I will get a little flippity. So we'll see what we can do tomorrow. If y'all find anything out there that y'all want me to show to everybody, to the group, put it in Discord. I'll make a little link for her. And then that way y'all can put it over there if it's something that y'all want me to show. Thank you so much, Billy, for all these text messages. I said maybe we can just go through there and control F. Like that's what I did. Control F to put different words in there and read the context around it. That's what I did. Just so I can see. Well, did she ever mention Black House? Well, she did all the way back in 2020. It just seemed, even though that may not be the reason. I just hate that when evidence is presented, they're like, she never said anything about Black House, but she really did say something about Black House. And it was way before any of this stuff. Yeah, and I wouldn't mind the mama. His mama was something else, boy. His mama, she knew, she seen the writing on the wall. The mamas know when you're not no good for their son. They know that. Mama knew. She like, I just glanced at her messages with me. I was like, Mama knew, like, look, I don't know what y'all need to do, but this ain't it. They know. They be knowing when you're not no good. They surely do. All right, guys. Well, I am going to put on our LWAP, even though it don't. We're not going to apply to this case. But I know y'all very much enjoyed the bop. So we will put that on, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Whoa,
yeah. Woo. The cameras on, folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Whole track buzzing like the verdict dropped, but the jury room still got them locked. Hear the cell doors locked. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drops. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Mama crying in the second row. Defense still talking, but it's moving slow. State brought receipts and the pressure's steep. Now the whole room barely even breathes. Used to talk big for the TV lights. Now it's a long breaks and uneasy nights. Funny how the swagger disappeared before a single word got cleared. L-Wop-Bop-Bop. Hear the cell doors lock. No parole board, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop, L-Wop-Bop-Bop. No appeal gonna save you. Orange jumpsuit, tailor-made flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drops. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. The L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Case pause, courtroom tense. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-Wop-Bop.
Yeah, so y'all can bop, 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 bop. It's very cute. Y'all have to listen to the lyrics. Y'all probably don't even listen to the lyrics. Do y'all listen to the lyrics? Hell no. Listen to the lyrics the next time, guys. I will drop it over in Discord. Maybe I'll put up music. I know that therapists, I know we put the music in there before, but I think we probably put it up on our general tab. I will make a regular tab for the Take It to Trial music. Then that way, if y'all need to listen, if y'all want to listen to anything, y'all can always listen it to there, or I think, or maybe download it or something. Oh yeah, I'll create a music room. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will do that. All right, guys, you guys have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Create a studio. Now that sounds way too fancy. I don't know if I don't create no studio. What's create a studio? I don't know. Text me. You hear the lyrics here? Cian said she listened to the lyrics. I listened to the lyrics this morning when I was doing something. I was like, oh gosh, I gotta listen to the lyrics. All right, guys. See you tomorrow.